Welcome to the Theta Network. Earn T-Fuel crypto rewards simply by watching live streams and videos. As you watch and share with others, you're contributing to the decentralized Theta Network, all powered by Theta's native blockchain. Discover the future of video delivery at thetanetwork.org.
Imagine a lake with clear water and unpolluted air. Imagine a website with real news and no hidden, unlabeled, sponsored articles masquerading as real news. That place exists, and it's called Be in Crypto, the first and only cryptocurrency news portal to provide complete transparency and honest news. Pure, relevant, informative. Are you in?
So let's start. I'm welcoming all the speakers, viewers, and participants of Synopsis 2021. My name is Maria Stankiewicz. I'm the head of business development for the EXMO crypto exchange and one of the hosts of today's event. My co-hosts are Alona Afanasieva, CEO at Be in Crypto, one of the world's top media; Lihan Hunwoo Lee, CTO and co-founder of Zengle, the Asia's leading DeFi rating agency; Maxim Sukhanosik, he is a representative of the DeFi rating agency Zengle. Synopsis 2021 offers full immersion in the digital economy. It's the most interactive cryptocurrency summit to date. Visit the interactive zone at synopsis2021.com and see it for yourself. We've all seen the market. Bitcoin is crazy. Bitcoin just hit 50,000 USD. That's a record. And the crypto market is booming. The excitement is back. And, it's really comparative to the 2017. And today at Synopsis 2021, we are about to see 25 cryptocurrency insights and industry leaders who will speak about the market future in the 2021 and present different new up-and-coming projects. So I'd like you to welcome all of them. Well, and now a little, but very important about the summit organizers and the sponsors, of course. Well, summit organizers are the blockchain consultancy company Colibri Group and the cryptocurrency calendar coindar.org. Summit co-organizers are the rating agency Zengle, the cryptocurrency media Prometheus, and the Commission of the Blockchain Technologies and Digital Economy of all Russian public organization Investment Russia. Also, of course, I would like to thank our sponsors who made this event possible. So there are major projects from the realms of NFT, DeFi, and MPC, of course. CybeVein, Bella Protocol, and ARPA chain. Welcome and thank you. I also want to thank our diamond partners for their contribution to holding Synopsis 2021. That's EXMO, Theta TV, Conflux, Phenom, Plasma Network, PBC Crypto, Listing Help, Bingbon, G2GX, Blockchain Live, Veros, 2Key, and Gate.io. So let's get Synopsis 2021 started. And the opening speaker at Synopsis 2021 is Wes Levitt, Head of Strategy at Theta Lab. Welcome, Wes.
Thanks, Maria, and thanks for having us here at Synopsis. My name is Wes Levitt, and I'm head of strategy here at Theta Labs, where we've built the Theta Network and Theta TV. So Theta Network is the leading peer-to-peer video delivery protocol powered by blockchain. In my talk today, we'll go over what Theta is, the value proposition of adding Theta to your video delivery stack, as well as where we see the Theta protocol developing in the coming years. So we'll start with what Theta is as a network. Theta is a decentralized video delivery network that works with traditional CDNs, content delivery networks, in a hybrid model to improve video streaming efficiency. So in layman's terms, any video platform you use, whether it's our Theta TV, YouTube, Twitch, anything like that, they use CDNs in the back to actually deliver video from their servers to users. The way Theta works is by adding a peer-to-peer protocol, Theta, to work within that to where you can also relay video between users without going to the centralized CDN. So Theta works as a peer-to-peer streaming protocol that lets me or any other users nearby me relay video amongst ourselves with any excess bandwidth resources they have. It uses WebRTC, a Google protocol, to allow any user to share either peer-to-peer directly from browser to browser, like two users both watching in Chrome, for example, or with a downloadable Theta Edge node client, which we'll talk about a little bit more later. Theta blockchain works with this streaming network to reward and incentivize relayers by rewarding them with Theta cryptocurrency for each video segment they successfully relay to one of the nearby peers. So, yeah, I'm not expected to just share out of the kindness of my heart, maybe like a BitTorrent protocol where you expect you seed just to be able to get back. You're actually earning for every video segment you share. So it's a lot stronger mechanism to get users to be reliable and consistent nodes on a network. You can think Theta at a high level as a sharing economy type play, just like how Airbnb originally allowed you to monetize houses or apartments that were not being used. Uber will let you monetize a vehicle that normally sits during the day. What Theta does is allow you to monetize any unused bandwidth on your device. So if you've already got a computer or a mobile device that you're paying for unlimited Wi-Fi and it's just sitting idle and it's not using the upload bandwidth very much, Theta lets you use that to contribute to our network and earn cryptocurrency all along the way for what you contribute to the platform. So as a platform that uses Theta by adding Theta into their model in this hybrid model, they can reduce these CDN costs by 50% or more while increasing their user view times and engagement. So you can think of it as basically if I'm a video platform and I'm normally paying $100,000 a month, say for CDN costs, but now half of that I'm able to get my users to share peer-to-peer locally. That's 50% video delivery that I don't have to pay for anymore as a video platform. So it cuts their bill in half. Now you look at a platform like a YouTube that is the largest video platform in the world, and now the savings are in the millions potentially. So it becomes pretty significant. And we found that with our own Theta TV platform, which I'll talk about now. This is actually kind of important to how we built the Theta network and our story. So where we started in 2016 was with Theta TV, our first-party video platform that launched in the VR space and pioneered a lot of in-game rendering in 360 VR. And pretty quickly as a startup, we ran into the issue of our own CDN costs being way beyond what we could afford as a startup, especially when you're pushing a lot of live high-definition video, VR content. And so the original spark for creating the Theta blockchain was actually to solve this problem of our own. Around the time we were launching our Series A, which was led by DHVC, W1 joined our board, and we put our team together to think of how we could solve this problem of our rising costs. And we realized that with these thousands of users in pockets around the world, instead of sending the same video 10, 20 times to them, you can send it 2 or 3 times and have those users share it locally. And what it means is the costs are a lot lower for us as a video platform. So now that our Theta blockchain, we integrated that across all of our video streams on Theta TV. It reduced our CDN costs significantly. And now we're looking to export the technology to many other video platforms that could use this, which pretty quickly realized is an even larger market opportunity than just our own video platform. We do hold 4 patents for rendering and streaming VR content in real time, which as VR is now coming back into vogue, as the headsets are getting better and you see more people starting to use it again, I think it'd be very useful as we start implementing more VR content on our video platform. So a little bit about the Theta blockchain itself. Theta's blockchain consensus algorithm is a new variant of Byzantine fault tolerance that we've built from the ground up as our native chain, known as multi-BFT. a set of 21 to 30 validator nodes propose and produce new blocks, while a second layer of thousands of community-run Guardian nodes finalize these blocks at regular intervals. So what that lets us achieve is a low block time and quick, reliable consensus from the smaller set of validator nodes, but without sacrificing decentralization. So if ever a validator or set of validators produce an invalid block, either by honest mistake or by collusion, something nefarious like that, the decentralized community-run Guardian nodes can reverse that block rather than finalize it. These community-run Guardian nodes, there's currently about 2,500 of them. These are run around the world by interested community members that are all staking at least 10,000 Theta tokens, which is approximately $30,000 worth. So a pretty significant stake and commitment that they've made in the network. And so it forms a robust second layer where you can trust that it's not simply a small party running this group. It's actually backed up by this decentralized set of nodes. The enterprise validator nodes, as you can see in the inner circle there, they're currently run by Theta Labs, as well as our partners like Google Cloud, Samsung, Binance, Gumi Cryptos, and Blockchain Ventures, which is the investment arm of blockchain.com, with a few more along the way that we're excited to discuss coming up pretty soon. So we think this strikes a really good balance where with the distributed Guardian nodes, you can feel comfortable that this isn't just run by a small consortium. There is some keeping them honest, but at the same time, as we're talking to enterprise partners, especially for more traditional media type of properties, it's important to them to also to see that there's some names they recognize in this. You know, you're still dealing often with people who are not very familiar with crypto. They have a lot of concerns. Their legal departments may not understand this, know what's going on. And when they see that part of this network is being governed by Google Cloud, by Samsung, then it brings a level of comfort to them, which is kind of necessary in these early days of crypto, where crossing that gap with enterprises is still kind of a tough step a lot of the time. Now, our Edge node network, I mentioned earlier that, well, it's very easy for users to share on Theta Network browser to browser because of WebRTC. So no download, no extension download. It's very easy to use. For users that have stronger bandwidth speeds and they want to really contribute a lot to the network, we do also offer a downloadable Edge node client. And what that is basically a piece of software that lets you just run, even if you're not watching any video stream, you're not a casual user. It's just an app that lets you harness your bandwidth and then contribute that to Theta Network wherever it's needed. So the number of those is over 10,000 now around the world. Our node presence is particularly strong in the US and Europe, but we are making inroads in China, South Korea, Southeast Asia as well. Recently, we added several hundred different nodes in South America as we did a Latin American creator event on Theta TV. And we see this as really critical as we're trying to onboard video platforms around the world, because if you think about how Theta Network works, we may go to, say, a video platform in Indonesia and say we can help offload some of their CDN costs because their users local are going to share the video peer-to-peer amongst themselves. Or maybe they have a lot of streams that aren't quite so popular. They aren't as certain that there'll be a really strong peer-to-peer network to actually achieve that 50% or more efficiency that we're promising with this. Having the Edge network in the back basically is a way of reassuring that that's possible. It's kind of like a backbone for decentralized streaming around the world. So in addition to that Indonesian platform in this example, in addition to their own users, you've got these other just dedicated Theta community members that are there to back up the network and relay video on behalf of this network. So it's basically a way of ensuring that we can really deliver the full benefits of Theta Network to it. And especially as we start looking to onboard more serious, larger video platforms, they have very strong efficiency demands. And what's acceptable to them as far as uptime and making sure that the network is running as promised is a lot more serious than, say, a startup. So this helps us build that case for enterprise clients that this really can offer what we're promising you. So for enterprises using Theta Network, the core value proposition is what we discussed, that you can reduce your CDN costs 50% or more, just like we set out to do for our own self in Theta TV. Now, that doesn't mean you replace all your existing video stack. If you're a large enterprise, you need the reliability also of a centralized system. So the way Theta Network works with that is that it works in conjunction in a hybrid model with your existing video platform. So an example of how that would work is, say I'm a user popping onto a large video platform and I'm starting to pull a live stream. And luckily, my neighbor is also watching the same live stream. So I'm pulling video segments for them every 3 to 5 seconds. But what happens if they drop off the network, or for whatever reason, I'm not able to pull one from them? Within about 100 milliseconds, I would automatically default back to that video site's standard CDN. So there's no loss in quality for me. There's no buffering. And that's super important for larger video platforms, because sure, they would like to save money on their CDN costs. It's all well and good, but they would never sacrifice video quality to achieve that. You can imagine like a Netflix or Amazon Prime. It's almost unheard of it now to start buffering, and it's extremely frustrating. The kind of thing that makes you want to just stop watching entirely. So as part of the package that we offer enterprises, it has to be very clear from the start that at worst, you'll have as good of a system as you currently do. There's no way that introducing Theta will somehow reduce the video quality. At worst, it will do no harm. The second thing that we found was a really interesting value proposition is the way that token rewards can increase viewer times and return visits once you add crypto rewards and also NFTs. So this is actually a surprise to us, because while we originally set out to reduce our costs, we found out that once we added Theta cryptocurrency to Theta TV, our own video platform, it was a really powerful driver for increasing these viewing times. In fact, they went up by 50% across the board compared to live streams from before we had cryptocurrency rewards. And users just keep coming back many more times a month than they were before. And depending on the size of the video platform, that can actually be more interesting to them than the cost. Because at a certain level, the top video platforms aren't necessarily looking, number one, to save money on it. Now, that's always great if you can save several $1 million on your costs, but they're really in a war for market share more than anything with their competitors. So what really piqued their interest is the idea that as a differentiator, you can have token rewards that will get users coming back more and more, especially if you're first to market or if you're an up and coming one. And that's something you can offer that other platforms don't. And then the last is we recently introduced a new feature to Theta Edge Node that allows users to not just contribute bandwidth, sharing video, but also their CPU and GPU compute power as well, which is used for video transcoding for Theta TV, as well as in proof of concepts like with the nonprofit folding at home here in the Bay Area, where the 10,000 edge nodes are also doing protein folding jobs, which all build up to vaccine development. Obviously not related to the core use case we're trying, but just more of a proof of concept of this is what 10,000 different nodes all contributing their compute power together can do. And besides video transcoding, you can think of a number of different compute heavy jobs in AI or heavy data processing that could benefit from this distributed network, contributing compute basically when needed. This is a real key expansion point for us. Just the video encoding alone is a $2 billion market last year. And once this is generalized to serve any other compute purposes, the market becomes much, much larger. So ultimately, our vision for this Theta Edge node is sort of your one-stop shop for data delivery, for compute, and other services that can be offered from your device. And then any device can use this Edge node, when it's a desktop, later a mobile device or TV as well, and contribute excess compute resources. And that any enterprise can basically choose to tap in when they need to this Theta Edge network and it's a more dynamic sort of pay-as-you-go alternative to signing an expensive and lengthy SLA with a cloud provider where you have to sign up for multiple years, minimum spend you're going to do, and so on. So to expand on that, we think of this as sort of the backbone. The edge node is a backbone of all edge devices worldwide, whether it's computers, smartphones, smart TVs, really any kind of connected device, as more and more, even devices you wouldn't think of as connected devices in the past, like your Nest or your smart home, really have the CPU and the connectivity to function as devices on their own for a network like this. 5G is a really critical enabling technology for this network. First of all, because video definitions just keep getting larger and larger, and it just becomes more data heavy with VR content and so on. But getting into the weeds on it, the really interesting thing we found from talking to telcos is that there's really obvious use cases for 5G download speeds because everyone wants the latest video. And wants to live stream it while they're on the subway or something like that. There's not a lot of use cases for having those very fast 5G upload speeds, because unless you personally are a live streamer, you're just not using that to push that much data uploading off your device. And we think Theta can be that killer app that actually makes a use for that, because now you have a reason as a user to want to use massive amounts of data, because you're also sharing that data with local peers in the area where you wouldn't have been before. And so, say, relaying a VR stream to all your nearby peers could be that killer app that takes advantage of 5G upload speeds for the first time. So that's sort of the synopsis, if you will, about Theta Network. If you'd like to learn more, links here for our GitHub, where the Theta blockchain is solely open source. Our Twitter, Discord, and Medium are great places to learn about that. The server name Theta Network there is actually for the Discord, if you can check that out. So feel free to stop by. Myself and the rest of the team are always on these channels and happy to talk more about Theta. And thanks to Synopsis for having us here today.
Good day to everybody. Welcome to Synopsis 2021. I'm glad to see you all here and want to thank those who arranged that great event despite our lockdown environment. Calibri Group and cryptocurrency calendar coinder.org. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Alena Afanasieva, the CEO and the co-founder of global crypto news media Being Crypto. And now I want to give a word to our next speaker, DeFi director at Conflux Network. Welcome, Sami.
Hi, Elena. Thank you for letting us present today to the Synopsis audience. My name is Sammy. I'm a DeFi analyst at Conflux Network. And today what we're going to be going over is just a brief introduction on Conflux Network, as well as like a quick little dive into the current blockchain space in China, and just looking into where Conflux fits and all of that. So start here. So yeah, a little context on Conflux. The project first originated in the research lab of Turing Award winner Dr. Andrew Yao. He found that by utilizing this tree graph consensus mechanism, that blockchains can actually achieve security, scalability, and it can also maintain the decentralization that people are used to with the Bitcoin chain and the Ethereum chain and other proof of work networks, right? So the idea originated around 2018, and from there, Conflux quickly became like one of the most respected public chains and blockchain projects in China as a whole, right? Government support was coming from Hunan and Shanghai local municipal governments. And with our mainnet launching just late October last year, a couple months ago, Conflux quickly became a leader in like helping advance and educate blockchain technology to China through our Tree Graph Research Institute, which we launched with the Shanghai government, and our ability to sort of provide like a legally compliant smart contract platform in the region, where developers can like create dApps and users can like interact with DeFi applications and other blockchain technology. So just looking at our team, Conflux has like a goal of being ambitious in other regions, other countries. We're not just limited to just China, obviously, right? Since launch, we've established team members in 4 different continents. We have people located all over the world. And on top of that, we have ambassadors representing all the other countries, which are not tagged here in this picture, right? So beyond just our office locations, our personnel, our ambassadors, we also have like deep university connections with schools in China, like the Tsinghua University, here in Toronto, where I am at University of Toronto, as well in the States with University of Washington. So gonna look a bit into Conflux here and like how our chain is defined, right? So to basically sum it up quickly, it's a highly efficient public and permissionless blockchain, right? The chain is designed to achieve this goal of high scalability with low latency and super high throughput, right? The layers above the base layer, which would be the public chain, are like extremely expendable to combining like blockchain oracles and cryptographic tools, which you might be used to on Ethereum or other public chains. And with this, we can achieve like features like feeding in external data sources or confidential data control with like ZK snarks or zero knowledge proofs and stuff like that, right? Looking at like other chains and then taking a look at how Conflux was designed, we put a really high priority on like security. So when we were designing the blockchain, in the actual base layer, it's designed so that this provisions against anti like double spend attacks, as well as sort of code proofreading at the application level when people are pushing code to the mainnet. So we believe that like with Conflux, we're sort of solving the trilemma here by being scalable with like over 3,000 TPS, extensibility where you know, we can sort of do whatever we want on our chain, like similar to other public networks, and security, which isn't really found in some of these other popular chains. Taking like a technical comparison to how we stack up to other chains, Conflux on like a throughput level is just as good, if not better than Visa. So we can achieve like over 3,000 TPS, whereas some of the other networks, like you may know, like Bitcoin and Ethereum, range from like 3 transactions to like 20 transactions per second, right? So confirmation can be expected like after around like 23 seconds ish, right? So even that even stacks up higher than like Libra, which is Facebook's blockchain project. They've rebranded since then, so I don't know how well their project's doing anymore. Building on Conflux network, we tried to make this as easy as possible so that people who are used to developing on blockchains are not faced with like this this roadblock of having to learn a new blockchain language, which some of the other new networks are proposing, right? So the network is completely Solidity compatible and it's EVM compatible as well. So any contract that you deploy on Ethereum can be deployed on Conflux. The transaction fees, for most of the dApps, there's actually 0 gas, but just on the protocol level, just sending basic transactions, like the transfer fees are less than a fraction of like current established chains, right? Even when the network is fully congested, like the transaction fees are less than 1 cent at times, right? We have a big grants program going on currently with like over 2.4 billion CFX tokens. We have ready to dish out to developers who are looking to build dApps and other applications on the Conflux chain. And this other point I was mentioning earlier about transaction sponsorship mechanism. So people who create dApps can actually sponsor a smart contract so that anyone who performs a transaction on our chain is actually paying 0 gas. And we think that's especially important for like the new wave of people coming into crypto, where, you know, gas might be a confusing topic, or, you know, people don't even want to like pay 10 cents for gas for people who are used to like transacting with like the traditional finance system, right? So we think this transaction sponsorship mechanism will definitely help new users coming on, as well as giving the developers what they want, which is just an easy to use platform, right? So let's take a look into China a little bit. So as I mentioned, China, Conflux was founded in Beijing, right? And with the current blockchain ecosystem in China, it's definitely a bit more complex and different than like how other countries are sort of looking at it, right? So back in 2018, the Chinese government identified blockchain technology as like an issue of national importance and a tool for disintermediation and improving efficiencies, right? So with the blockchain ecosystem in Asia in general, there's over 30,000 companies and a growing developer community bigger than any other continent in the world, right? In the next 10 years, more than 400 million of the Chinese population will be using blockchain technology in their daily lives, like whether that's through payments or something in the supply chain, or it's just in the background, they don't even notice it. The problem is that 95% of the governments or the projects or the traditional companies who are looking at integrating like blockchain into their application or into their business are looking at private chains or like consortium style chains where it's not fully public and permissionless like what we're used to with DeFi and NFTs and Ethereum in general, right? So Conflux is sort of unique here and sort of stands out, right? Where Conflux is the only regulatory compliant blockchain in China, right? So the reason we like the way we achieve this is by not going the traditional ICO route or doing airdrops or any sort of those things which would classify us as a security. We worked closely with the government to make sure that while we are launching a public and permissionless chain, which cannot be restricted in any way, we're making sure that the way we issue the tokens and the way we launch our platform was completely compliant. And since then, we've gotten multiple state endorsements from other blockchains, from other governments, other companies who want to go the public chain route, but obviously the current infrastructure that's available is not compliant, right? So the regulatory landscape in China is definitely complicated, and you have to make sure that you're doing things exactly the way you're supposed to be doing them. So again, Conflux is the only public and permissionless chain in China. It's the only regulatory way that you can sort of deploy smart contracts, deploy dApps in China at the moment. To kind of put that into perspective for some people who might not understand what I'm talking about, if you're looking here at this graph here, you might recognize some of the ones on the left, like the DCEP, Antchain, Hyperledger, some of these blockchain projects which don't have tokens at all, right? These would be classified as regulatory compliant in China because they don't have a token. Whereas the permissionless and public chain, which is what Conflux is, these ones wouldn't actually be compliant in China when dealing there. So that's Polkadot, Neo, Ontology, Nervos, any other public permissionless chain, just because they went the ICO route. So Conflux falls in between a bit of both of these, right? So Conflux is regulatory compliant and it is permissionless and public. But the reason we fall into the left side is because we didn't do the ICO. So looking at some like key areas of adoption for us and where we want to sort of use this blockchain for, definitely looking into decentralized applications like DeFi apps, NFTs. So we have a bunch of new projects launching on the chain this year, some of which already launched. We have a lot of projects who are looking to get into China, but don't want to do it the Ethereum way, who are redeploying on Conflux. You might be familiar with DFI money, some other DeFi applications on Ethereum. And we also have a lot of like native dApps that live on our chain, which utilize the high TPS and zero gas, sort of like AMM exchanges or lending and borrowing platforms, all of those typical dApps. But beyond DeFi, we're looking at like sort of creating new financial assets. So with our big like partner base in China, we're looking at how we can sort of create new financial assets that would live natively on our chain. So this could either be like new stable coins or introducing stocks onto the blockchain or any sort of new financial assets, right? And then on top of that, we're looking at government use cases with our connections with the government. So like I mentioned earlier, we have a research institute that's established in Shanghai, which is basically exploring like how the government can best use public and permissionless chains rather than sticking with the tokenless regulatory compliant chains, which are completely closed off to only a few validators, only a few nodes, and it's basically not really blockchain at that point, right? Getting back to DeFi here. So we think that like with Conflux, there's definitely a massive opportunity for DeFi in China. When you look at this graph here, you can see that there's only 5% of all the total locked value in global DeFi is coming from Chinese-based projects, right? When you think about like other sectors of crypto in general, like mining or centralized exchanges, like that's definitely not the case. Like it would actually be the opposite. Like China definitely dominates on the centralized exchange side and the mining side. But when you look at DeFi, they're not really there yet. And the reason we believe this is that like the infrastructure and the community and users and investors currently in the DeFi space are tailored to fit a different audience, right? It's definitely hard to penetrate the space, and with that aspect of it being decentralized, and with that aspect of you having to be very cautious of what you're doing in the DeFi space to be compliant, it's definitely been a challenge for a lot of Chinese startups to like get going in the space. So we believe definitely Conflux has a great opportunity here. If you're looking at deploying or developing like a DeFi project or DeFi application, Conflux is that regulatory compliant tool and infrastructure where you can get your project going. Yeah, so exactly what I mentioned here. I'll just skip this slide here. So again, DeFi projects with like serious intent to like penetrate Asia can definitely leverage Conflux's unique technology and market advantages, whether that's using Conflux as an L2 on top of your Ethereum applications or using us as the base chain. Conflux can support cross-chain assets like all your favorite ERC20 tokens. It is a permissionless tool to actually wrap any ERC20 token onto Conflux. You can wrap Bitcoin onto Conflux. We soon have integrations coming up with other chains, and we're issuing grants to basically bring all assets from any other chain onto Conflux so that you have that, that bridge really between West and East. So just looking ahead to 2021 here, just to wrap things up, we're going to continue to redefine like what it means to bridge blockchain between East and the West. And we're continuing to sort of develop our project in a way that we can reach new markets and reach new types of users, and really give blockchain out to a community of people who haven't experienced it before, whether that be to like technical limitations or regulatory limitations, right? So in 2021, you can definitely see a whole bunch of new cross-chain assets coming to our chain, new dApps, new listings for our token, and other technical advancements, which will put us ahead of some of the other competition or put us ahead of some of the other public chains in the space, right? Our team is working busy. Like we have teams in Korea, China, here in Toronto, personnel all over the world, which is busy working on integrations and partnerships, which are definitely set to launch in like the next few months, with a strong focus on DeFi itself. And yeah, that's it really. If you want to learn more about Conflux, you can check us out at our website here, or you can scan this QR code up here that will take you to our different links, our different social channels, and yeah, feel free to connect with us. Thanks.
Thank you, Sammy, for your presentation. It was exciting. And next on Synopsis 2021 is Sota Watanabe, founder of Plasm Network. The topic he's covering: Plasm Network, interoperable smart contract platform on Polkadot.
Hello everyone, my name is Sota Watanabe. I'm a CEO at Stake Technologies, and Stake Technology is building Plasm Network, 100% open source Polkadot parachain. And today I'm going to explain what Plasm Network is in the past, our past, current, and our future. Yeah, we are building our product on the top of Polkadot network since 2019. Polkadot is one of the most emerging blockchain in the last couple of months. And the ecosystem is getting bigger and bigger. So we are really excited to be a part of this ecosystem. Today, blockchain is separated. Bitcoin and Ethereum is not connected well yet. The blockchain and blockchain are not connected yet. But Polkadot changed this one. Polkadot changed the game. The many blockchain will be connected through Polkadot in 2021. So this is a game changer. So internet was not connected yet. Internet was not connected 10 or 20 years ago. But now we can see American movie in Japan and Russian movie from US because internet is connected. So internet is connected thanks to TCP/IP protocol, and the Polkadot is that TCP/IP protocol for blockchain protocols. And the Polkadot consists of relay chain and parachain. The relay chain is the heart of the Polkadot, but it does not support smart contract by design. Through relay chain, many blockchain will be connected. That is called parachain. So parachain is a blockchain that has own logic, like Plasm network. The point is, the relay chain does not support smart contract by design. So all the developers need at least one parachain which supports smart contract. This is where Plasm network comes in. So today I'm going to talk about the overview of Plasm network and the multi-chain bridges. So overview about Plasm network. Plasm networks aim to be a leading DApps hub on Polkadot that support Ethereum and the other layer 2 solution like Rollup and the optimistic virtual machine. So again, a Polkadot does not support smart contract by design. So all the people in a Polkadot ecosystem need at least one parachain that support smart contract. And this is where Plasm network comes in. And when it comes to smart contract, I think we have two great features I would like to mention. The first thing is Ethereum compatibility. So today you can deploy Solidity contract by using Truffle, Remix, and MetaMask like an existing Ethereum tool today. And another thing is layer 2 solution. We got 6 grants from Web3 Foundation in the making layer 2 solution on the top of Plasm network. I would like to especially mention ZK rollup, zero knowledge rollup. And here are our great features like a layer 2 solution, and we are building a Polkadot parachain, and our blockchain is Ethereum compatible, so you can deploy Solidity contract. Plasm network is a multi-virtual machine, so Plasm supports Ethereum virtual machine as well as WebAssembly. And it is 100% open source, so you can see and you can review our codes. And also you can deploy any kind of smart contract on the top of Plasm network. And the big difference between Plasm network and other blockchains is that, so when you make application on the top of Ethereum, you have to pay gas, right? This is the cost. So you are paying cost by making application when you make application, but Plasm network is different. We have a dApps rewards, which means by deploying dApps on the top of Plasm network, you can actually earn money. You can actually earn PLM token from block reward based on your performance. So this is a huge difference. And our mission is to make DAO, decentralized autonomous organization. So we are going to implement blockchain governance, on-chain governance. And I would like to mention a lot of feature more, but so we have a documentation. So if you are interested in Plasm network, please research by using our documentation. So this is the past. So kind of like our track record. We got 6 grants from Web3 Foundation. I think this is one of the highest number in ecosystem. And also we have already delivered 4 grants to Web3 Foundation. And also Plasm network is the first Polkadot testnet parachain on Rococo, which is Polkadot testnet. And this year, in coming months, we are going to connect our blockchain to Polkadot as one of the first parachain. And also, we are the first member of Substrate Deliver Partners, Substrate Builders Program, made by Parity Technologies. So we are working closely with Web3 Foundation and Parity Technologies to make Polkadot better. And also, we have delivered a token through the fair distribution called Lock Drop, and the 150K ETH was locked on our smart contract in 2 months. And currently our community is getting bigger. More than 10K community members are on Discord. Twitter is more than that. In there are a lot of followers on the Twitter. And also this is sort of like what we have done. Again, we became the first Polkadot testnet parachain. We deployed the first smart contract on Polkadot testnet, and we are developing ZK rollup. And we have already submitted the milestone 1 of ZK rollup. So ZK rollup is coming to Polkadot and the Plasm network. And also we are developing Ethereum compatibility. And today you can deploy any sort of Solidity contract by using MetaMask, Remix, Truffle on Plasm network. And also we are implementing Ethereum bridge and the Binance Smart Chain bridge right now. So this is the present. Recently, we announced 2.4 million round led by Binance, together with Hashkey, DFG, Digital Finance Group, Parker Ventures, and Longhash. So we are working closely with like a Binance, and we are trying to expand our presence all over the world. So regarding the Polkadot ecosystem, a Plasm network is the Binance first investment in the Polkadot ecosystem. And also we are making the cross-chain use case through Polkadot with Akala. And we are going to connect our blockchain to Kusama, which is the Canary network for Polkadot in coming months. And we are going to connect Plasm network to Polkadot in coming months, probably in June or July. And today we have already deployed a ZK rollup contract on the top of our local testnet, so you can check that our ZK rollup as well. And currently our focus is bridges. So in terms of bridge, I'm going to talk about like Ethereum bridge, secret network bridge, and also Binance Smart Chain bridge. And in the future, we are going to deploy Plasm network portal. I'm going to show you later. And we are going to connect our another Shiden network, which is our Canary network, to Kusama, and we are going to connect our Plasm network to Polkadot. So this is the portal. So you can deploy contract by using this portal, by using, by clicking the create dApps, and you can deploy any sort of contract. And the PLM token holder have two choices: staking on network or staking on dApps. So they can stake PLM token on dApps so that the dApps developer can get reward from as a basic income. Yeah, and our ecosystem is getting bigger. We have a partnership with Microsoft and the Leaf, Binance, and Akala, and also Chainlink, and backed by Web3 Foundation grant program and the Parity Technologies. Yeah, and the ecosystem is getting bigger and bigger. So if you are interested, please reach out to me. Yeah, and the bridges. So one of our focus at this moment is bridges. So Plasm network is act as Polkadot network parachain, and we are going to connect our blockchain to Polkadot. And then we are going to connect our blockchain to Ethereum and our Cosmos, and also secret network and so on. So Plasm network will be connected to Polkadot and also Binance Smart Chain, Ethereum, and the Cosmos secret network. Plasm networks dApps developer can move their asset across heterogeneous blockchains. So they can use PLM token on Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, and the secret network as well. So this is the future of the blockchain ecosystem. And the PLM asset will be transferred to other heterogeneous smart contract chains as well. We are going to make Ethereum bridge, Cosmos bridge, and so on. So this is really exciting future ahead of us. All right. So we have explained Plasm network and our future. So if you are interested, feel free to join Telegram or please follow our Twitter. Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks for listening.
Next on Synopsis 2021 is Jack G, the Managing Director at CybeVein. Let's welcome him.
So thank you, Maria, for introducing me, and I'm very glad to be on this platform to introduce you guys for our technology development. And I am Jack from CybeVein. So what CybeVein is, we are a next generation big data and analytics company. So we have some priority technologies, including big data solution, based on private, interlinked, secure, and robust distributed database, which we call a PyStar database. So our company is focusing on enterprise-level blockchain and big data customized services. And what we are focusing on is mostly on AI and big data. So we don't normally call ourselves a blockchain company, but rather a blockchain and AI focused company. Several technology like DAG, that's called directly acyclic graph, and also some AI related called distributed learning and etc. So some user benefits from low transaction fees on our chain because there's no mining required. And also the system is very efficient because there could be a parallel processing on each node. And the more nodes there are, the faster the speed and the stronger the scalability. So recently, CybeVein has actually launched 2 initiatives. One is called DAVE. It's an abbreviation for Data Analytics and Valuation Engine. And it's basically like a technological alliance for AI focused and blockchain focused companies, no matter if they are a university, an institution, or some AI driven or data driven companies that want to get behind us and make value of their data. They can join in the initiative and make value and make some technology advancements, or actually, you know, just be there and use our blockchain technology. And the second blockchain initiative that we have is called Cross. It's basically like a first decentralized NFT issuance and auction platform. So the most exciting thing I want to share with everybody at the moment is our NFT platform called Cross. I'm pretty sure everyone knows what an NFT is if you're listening to this, but if you're not familiar with NFTs, let me just give you an idea. So NFT is called non-fungible token. It's similar to what we have in the crypto world, but an NFT token is something you can't split, and they are distinguishable, and they are non-divisible. They're basically like an asset, like an artwork or an item. So, for example, if you have a painting on the NFT chain and acts like an NFT, and then it's basically like you can't divide that into 0.1% of an NFT, like what a Bitcoin does. So NFTs are very unique, and they can basically represent an actual item in a crypto world. And these traits are very key from any asset to be visible as a payment mechanism. On the other hand, the NFT tokens in the crypto world basically at the moment are built on ERC20, but we created a platform called Cross, which can actually issue and auction the current NFTs on our platform. So speaking of NFT, the industry actually grew 17% in 1920 and 50% in 2020. So the market capitalization is actually quite fascinating, and represents the creation of more than 200 million in gross value from nothing in less than 2 years. That's very big. And the very beginning of NFT, I think everyone remembers, is the CryptoKitties, and it nearly busted the ERC20 network. But now we are looking for Ethereum 2.0 and possibly DOT, and they might shed some light on the transactions and the faster speed. So maybe we will be seeing more NFT actions. So at the moment, we've seen NFTs in NBAs and also football, and they are breaking records day by day with their artworks, with their avatars, and being auctioned or transacted on the network. So I think one of the most expensive one I've seen is a football card with Sorare that reached $221,000 in sales. So that's pretty big. And I think the NFT market capitalization will probably go over 1,000 million in 2020. So what we are doing at the moment in CybeVein and on the cross platform is that we're trying to create a secure and a secure and also a reachable place for institutions and individuals to actually reach out to NFTs. So we launched the platform on the third anniversary of rebranding conference of CybeVein. So CybeVein is is relatively an old project, and we have been developing our technologies up to the trend. And quite recently, we launched Cross, and it gained a lot of focus. And the NFT platform can work with ERC 1155 and ERC 721 at the same time. So the platform on the platform, you can issue NFT auctions, and you can also auction NFT tokens on the platform. And it is also supported by CybeVein Foundation, covering a very diverse parts of the NFTs. And at the moment, it's very favorable with very low hacks. So we decided to move the cross platform onto Huobi EcoChain. So I think many of the guys have heard of it. So at the moment, all of the big exchanges, the centralized exchanges, for example, like Binance, Huobi, and OKX are moving into decentralized worlds because DeFi gained a lot of places last year, for example, like Uniswap and etc. They think that they couldn't stop there. So we thought Huobi was a very good option, and we moved there. And so at the moment, the number of the addresses actually registered to the cross-platform reached 250,000. And we will be having a program to support the artist up to 100 million CVTs in the first quarter of this year. So to not only to attract more artists onto our platform, but also to support them, because we understand that there are theft and they are pirating of their artwork and their productions every day, and they cost millions. So we thought that might be a good idea to actually support them and regard their work and regard their hardworking time. And one of the most famous artists we work with is called Chile. And Chile is one of the very first collaborative artists on NFTs and in the crypto world, the first participant in the cross-platform, and very well known in the blocks industry. So in addition, and we will be opening a mystery box game on Cross. So mystery box is actually very famous in Southeast Asia, actually in Greater China area. So mystery box is basically like you buy a few boxes and you don't know what's in them, but you have kind of like a faint idea of the range. Maybe you get a LeBron James token, or maybe you get a Kobe Bryant token. If you are in the NFT, if you're in the NBA range. So that's one of the mystery boxes games that you play with. And what we have in the in store for mystery box is basically like the millennials like it. And we will be storing half of the Bitcoin into one of the artworks in auction, since the auction's very hot at the moment. So people will be thrilled to know that 10% of the auction fees will be donated to charities, and they will be gaining a 0.5 Bitcoin in the auction because of the mystery box. No one knows which one will be, maybe 1 out of 6 and 1 out of 7, but the price is there. And we're not stopping there. We're not stopping because NFT can, create artworks and, avatars and, gaming items in the blockchain world. But we will be creating, NFTs that's related to AI and big data and etc. On our platform, because that's what we do. That's what CybeVein is focused on. Big data is essential because the last few civilizations that's grasped the industrial revolutions actually, gained the world and led the world for hundreds of years. And we can see that the big civilizations, the big countries like the US and China, etc., are gaining momentum on AI and big data. And maybe big data is the next solution for our next, industrial revolution. So data is essential, and we think it's very important. Maybe we will be able to find a way to lead data into the crypto world, and maybe monetize. I mentioned earlier, the data analytics and valuation engine. The alliance may create a very big group of group of data suppliers. And among the data processed and analyzed by Dave, some of them may be deep learning models or models of other kinds. And they will be transferred into NFTs through Cross. And then they can sell it in the secondary market to realize the commercial value. And then the NFT buyer can own the trained model and to gain more value in the in big data or maybe change the AI model. And thirdly, we think that NFT is very important in future applications in digital ID, because everything we have in the crypto world is about trustless. We don't need to trust someone or some institution or some government about our money or about anything. NFT creates that. Or maybe in the future, we can create a digital identity with NFT, and that would be superb. And that's what we as a platform and as a foundation are looking for. And let me just tell you guys a little bit more about our future development plan about Cross. So the foundation of CybeVein will swap 1% of CVT circulation from Ethereum onto Huobi ecological chain, HECO. So that's approximately 20 million CVT tokens to satisfy the normal operation of Cross on HECO. In the second quarter, we'll be having more than 30 artists and 15 galleries to join in for artist support programs and provide more items and artworks on Cross. And we will be moving on to DeFi plus NFT into more exciting forms in the future. So we are excited about NFT. We are excited about 2021. And we hope that Cross and in the entire crypto world will gain a huge momentum, a better momentum, with the help of institutions and more attentions from everyone worldwide, and probably shed some light with the world. That's my presentation. Thank you.
And in a few moments, we will have Yemu Sui, co-founder, CGO of ARPA and Bella Protocol with us. Yemu wants to send his greetings to the summit participants and viewers. Welcome.
Hello, attendees of Synopsis 2021. My name is Yemu Shu, and I'm the co-founder at ARPA and Bella Protocol. We have been an early adopter and active player in the privacy-preserving computation and DeFi space since 2018. As a major partner of the summit, I'd like to extend my warmest welcome to each one of you. Thank you for tuning in for the summit and learn more about this global, decentralized, trustless, and autonomous era from some of the best minds in the industry. In the next 2 days, I'm confident to say that you'll be immersed with non-stop fun and knowledge on the latest trend in crypto. I hope you enjoy the summit, and don't forget to follow me on Twitter or Clubhouse at WildwoodMove. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to our Synopsis 2021. My name is Lihan Lee. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Zangle. Let me introduce our very first speaker, Pranay Sanghavi, the co-founder of MahaDAO. He will talk about the world's first value coin in the age of inflation.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. This is Pranay Sanghavi here from MahaDAO, and nice to be here. Great, exciting to be here. Firstly, I would like to thank Lihan for giving us this great opportunity to be on this event and allowing us to present what is MahaDAO. So thank you, Lihan, so much. Right? Fine, cool. So let us begin. We'll talk a little bit about, to start with, we'll talk a little bit about money, firstly, and the problems we have with money today and how MahaDAO solves it, right? So let's get on with that. Thank you. So I'm sharing my screen here. I think as you might be looking at it, we see that three problems today with money, okay, in the crypto world, okay, there's a lot of volatility, okay. So volatility will not only allow you to, not use currencies like Bitcoin, which is not a proper currency, okay. Slow and expensive transactions, right? Network congestions. All this means that people in the crypto world are not able to, properly have a store of value, okay? And I'll come right next to why stable coins are not really stable, okay? The second point in the fiat world, as we know, is the problem of inflation. Okay, so inflation is caused due to excessive money printing by the governments. Okay, very soon recently we saw in the COVID, okay, that governments have started printing incessant amount of money, and very soon we'll see even all the other countries that are following suit. So these are the two problems in the fiat world and crypto world, right? Now, what about stable coins? Okay, stable coins are deemed to be like the panacea, the solution. Now, because stable coins are pegged to the fiat currency, okay, and the fiat currency is losing value, the erosion of wealth, okay, loss of purchasing power. That's why the stable coin, if you are holding your wealth in stable coin, they are also losing value. Stable coins like DAI, USDT, USDC, okay, although they serve a good purpose for now, but if you see in the long term, your value has dropped, right? If you store the assets in that. Right. So now what is the solution in this? Okay, the solution we present is MahaDAO. Okay, MahaDAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. Okay, and MahaDAO is launching the world's first value coin. Okay, it's the world's first value coin, very different from stable coin. Yeah. So most of the stable coin, as I just mentioned, are price stable. So for example, USDT, USDC, DAI, they are pegged to the native currency of US dollar, that is $1. One DAI is always meaning $1. Okay, but because the US dollar value itself is depreciating, okay, and accordingly USDT, USDC, and DAI also are depreciating. So Earth, we called our value coin, the world's first value coin, as Earth. Okay, so this is a coin, a new kind of money that will preserve your purchasing power. It will preserve the value, no matter in which direction the market moves, no matter how the economy fluctuates. Right, the protocol has been designed in such a manner, okay, around the GMU, which I'll talk about a little bit in a while. GMU is the global measurement unit, right? And Earth is pegged to this GMU rather than the fiat currency, which is designed so that the holders of Earth always have the purchasing power constant, as well as it appreciates and grows over time. Right, so welcome once again to MahaDAO, to Earth. Okay, let me tell you a little bit more about what MahaDAO is and how exciting this project, this DeFi venture is, and it has given hopes to, it will be giving hopes to empower billions around the world. Okay, and Earth is like a shield to protect against inflation. Let's go ahead. So I'm scrolling down on my website here. Okay, so the three USPs of this project of Maha and Earth is, first is you preserve your purchasing power. right? Because Earth is intrinsically valued, right? And it will shield your financial life from the erosion of wealth, from inflation, from the harmful effects of all this losing the purchasing power, right? Stability, again, yes, Bitcoin is not a proper currency, as we all see the volatility. If you see in the last 8 months, okay, it is, the graph is like, I mean, no one can basically take a reign on that, okay? And Earth will be value stable, okay? Most of the currencies are price stable, the stable coins, so Earth is value stable, and it is pegged against something called as a GMU, the Global Measurement Unit. Now, Global Measurement Unit has been researched after months and months of studies, okay, by our in-house economists team, led by Professor Zoran, and one of our quantitative researcher team, okay, led by Mr. Menard, and of course my co-founder Stephen. This global measurement unit is a basket, is like a financial index containing a basket of assets. These assets are anti-correlated and hedged against each other, right? They are curated in such a way, okay? It contains, I'll tell you more about GMU. It contains 80% of fiat currencies, 15% of gold, and 5% of Bitcoin. This spatial composition, okay, allows the assets to hedge against each other, and it will absorb, it will be resilient to the movements and the undercurrents of economy, right? Let me go directly to the Earth page, okay, before we go on to some other aspects of the project, okay? So I'm opening the Earth page here. Now, if you see, Earth is all about purchasing. It is all about purchasing the power, purchase power. So that's what our tagline is here, yeah? It combines the best features of the basket-backed stable coins as well as elastic. I'll talk about the concept a little bit. If you see the diagram here on the screen, okay, see all the 4 aspects of the economy, of the financial universe. It is economy, assets, commodities, and markets, money markets, mutual funds, bond yields, oil price, metal prices, all this stuff. We have designed Earth in such a way that it absorbs and it is basically resilient, okay, anti-fragile to the movements here. So it gains from disorder, okay. So very excited to present Earth to our team, our members at Synopsis, all the participants. And here I would like to share a little bit more about the protocol and the GMU part. Yeah, great. So this is the Earth protocol diagram, yeah, and if you see on the left hand side, as I mentioned, Earth is an elastic supply protocol. Unlike the collateral backed protocol that is 100% collateralized, there are restrictions in scale. So Earth has been designed to be elastic, okay, 80% elastic, and eventually it will be 20% collateral backed as well. Currently it is 100% elastic, okay, to start with. We launched the Earth protocol about 10 days, a couple of weeks back, 10 to 15 days back. And if you see on the left hand side, so supply is algorithmically determined based on the demand. Okay, so Earth is basically minted based on the demand in the market. Yeah, and there's another concept of Earth bonds, which we'll go into a little bit. And on the right hand side, if you see, the entire vault and the protocol is pegged to something called as a GMU here, right? GMU is 80% fiat, 15% gold, and 5% Bitcoin. So if you see the Earth, whenever Earth trades above, the mechanism is designed in such a way, whenever the Earth price of Earth trades above its target price. So currently the target price is set at $1, okay, and eventually it will start off from there. So new Earth is minted, okay, so as to again rein in the target price, right? And then whenever the Earth is trading below the target price, it's below $1, okay, Earth is bought back from the market, is connected to Uniswap, and then it's burnt. Okay, and that's when Earth bonds are issued. Earth bond is a special kind of token, okay, which are issued when the value coin is trading below the target price. The target price is again determined by the GMU. Okay? So this is an innovative annual share model. It automatically rebalances the market forces with respect to supply and demand, and Earth will always allow the holder to preserve and grow their purchasing power. Okay? So yes, Earth is very exciting. We are talking to a couple great institutional financial institutions, not only in the crypto world, but even in the non-crypto world, okay, in Asia and Europe. We are talking to some great, other applications and integrations of Earth, okay, for remittance, for banking, for payments, because Earth is both a store of value and unit of account, and of course a medium of exchange by default because it maintains its value. Yeah. So Earth is the future, which you'd like to definitely all of you participants to try it once, okay, and appreciate the technology behind it. Okay, this is not a financial advice, of course not. Okay, but what we are trying to focus here on is the value of the protocol and the innovation of the protocol. Okay. Some of the other features coming in are the cross-border transactions, which will be enabling, and cross-chain liquidity. So let me take to the roadmap of Earth here. It's on the homepage. Let us go back here just a second. So when we started with MahaDAO, the first token that we launched is Maha. Now, what is Maha token? Okay, let us take a brief. So Maha is a governance token. This is basically MahaDAO is a two-token, dual token system. Maha being the governance token, and Earth is the value coin. So governance token allows you to vote on key issues and help you to regulate and govern Earth. Yes, MahaDAO is a totally decentralized ecosystem, right? The power belongs to the community. Okay, the power is in the hands of the community. Yeah, so it empowers the token holders to do many things. We even have a governance portal where you can vote on very innovative and amazing ideas that we are getting from the community members, and so that everything, the focus is around the Earth. Okay, so Maha and Earth work beautifully together, interlocked, and so here is our website is on mahadao.com, and we recently launched a product. Earthcoin.com is also live. The protocol is live, and let us go again to some of the other features that we are enabling or have enabled. We'll have liquidity farming programs. We have staking programs. Okay, staking program is already now on our partner's website as well as our own. Okay, liquidity, yes. So as a part of the roadmap, we will be going from one chain to other. Currently, we are on Ethereum. We'll be soon going to other chains like Matic, Elrond, Polkadot, etc. Okay. We have the partnerships in place, most of them. Yeah, as I was mentioning, it is a community-driven governance. So you control Earth and you govern Earth. These are some of the products which will be coming soon. So MahaSwap is one important product. The website is being updated. So MahaSwap is an innovative DEX, decentralized exchange, which will award the users in Maha tokens when you buy Earth, and it will basically disincentivize sellers of Earth when it is below the target. Okay, with Maha. So Maha behaves also as a utility token, and the payment is done in Maha. Okay, the stability fees are paid in Maha. Yeah, so these are some of the features when we're going on the layer 2 protocols. Okay, zero gas fees, high-speed transactions, and innovative great UI. Okay. Yeah, so here is the roadmap. When we launched in the third and fourth quarter of 2020, before we launched officially, we had this concept of DAO brewing in our laboratories in the last 2 years. We have been doing the research. Okay, and the white paper, the concept was launched around August internally, and then publicly on the 2nd October 2020. From then on, it has been an amazing ride. Okay, as a thriller of ride, and we have the great support of our community, of our investors, seed investors, private seed investors, advisors, influencers. All these people have come together and made MahaDAO a success today. Okay, the journey is just getting started. And here are some of our team members, okay, on the website, or some of our advisors, very prominent advisors here. And we have got a great coverage in media. Recently, NASDAQ covered us, CoinDesk, Yahoo Finance, etc. Yes, let us go to our partner section also. So we have already listed, these exchanges have listed Maha, and some of them also Earth we are listing. These are some of the DFs we are partnering with, some of the key investors and VCs, venture capitalists that have invested in MahaDAO. Yeah. So we invite everyone to try out the protocol innovation, okay, and to join our community, lead the revolution with us. And so once again, thank you so much. we will keep it brief here. There are lots of things to talk about. We would like to have you on our community, and then we'll carry on with the chat there. Yeah. Thank you so much. Once again, it's Pranay Sanghvi from Mahadao, and we are at mahadao.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranay, for your speech. Let's move on to our next speaker, Maria Stankovic from EXMO. She is the CBDO of EXMO. The topic will be 5 predictions for the 2021 crypto market.
Hi guys, Lihan, thank you for the intro. I'm really happy to be here. So today I'll talk about predictions of the crypto market for the next year. Well, actually for this year that is happening at the moment. So I'll share my screen and here we go. So yes. For those who don't know me yet, I'm Maria Stankovic. I'm the head of business development for the EXMO crypto exchange. EXMO is one of the largest spot exchanges in Europe. We have 1.7 million users. We've been on the market for 7 years, so we are one of the oldest crypto exchanges also. At the moment, I believe we are in the top 30 or even top 20 on the CoinMarketCap and CoinGecko. We have 8 fiat currencies. We have SEPA, we have SWIFT, we have different possibilities of depositing and withdrawing funds. So I consider us like a perfect bridge between the fiat world and the crypto world. But, you know, if you are not with us, I strongly recommend you to go there and register there. So, you know, you guys will have the best experience. But, you know, back to the topic, back to our topic, you know, like every year I say that this year will be the year of crypto regulation. And, you know, usually like nothing happens, like nothing. And well, this year is really different because, you know, back to 2020, we saw as, you know, European countries and Britain, for example, they did enormously good job in this. So like, you know, if we set an example, FCA is a British regulator. The guys did an amazing job. They created a regulation, like initial regulation that will be followed by, you know, some laws and some acts. But still, these guys did good job. They granted crypto registration to some companies, and we are one of these companies. So we have like a very clear image what to do to be compliant with them, and this is amazing. And I mean, like, needless to say that 2020 was the year of hacker attacks. And you can see it on the slide. About like $500 million was stolen by the hackers. And, you know, more than 20% came from DeFi projects. And I believe that the next year will be really harsh on DeFi, on DeFi regulation, because, you know, the authorities, will pay more attention because unaudited smart contracts by DeFi protocols usually like super unsafe. And as for the rest of the vulnerabilities and some probably like some additional security measures will be done and will be implemented. And well, I strongly believe that more and more crypto exchanges will start to use AML policies and be AML compliant. And that is why, I mean, you probably, if you're familiar with us, you know that, you know, we experienced the massive hacker attack in December and $11 million was stolen. And that was like a big, you know, very unpleasant. And that was almost New Year, it was Christmas. So we were like, one day we received the permission with this temporary crypto registration with FCA. And the next day we got hacked. So that was like very unfortunate. But my point is not this. My point is that like half of funds went to Polonix, half of funds of the stolen funds. And, you know, these guys just let the criminals withdraw it. It was like around $5 million. So the funds were there like at 2 a.m. and at 5 a.m. the hacker managed to withdraw it. And if these guys, for example, they had an AML policy, they would for sure need to ask the hackers, like, you know, why didn't you, like, do you have a source of funds of your funds again? And of course he couldn't show something to them, and the funds were safe, and we would have them back. And that was happened with the BitHump funds when the exchange got hacked, and you know, half of the funds went to our exchange. So we blocked them immediately because, you know, there was a pattern, and you know, so we are really, you know, we really want to be compliant, and we want other exchanges to be compliant also, because it will move our market to the next level. So the next one, again, like every year, every single year, I say that, you know, this year will be amazing for institutional investors. And this year actually is, because, you know, even in 2020, we've seen several large purchases of Bitcoin, which led to significant price fluctuations. And well, basically, we've all seen these price fluctuations, and that was very pleasant. And, you know, like considering a lot of institutional investors, they consider Bitcoin as like the most profitable investment at the moment, and most of them even consider Bitcoin as a hedge asset. You know, like it goes as gold, for example. And you can see on this slide, on this table, that, you know, JP Morgan's report shows that institutional investors consider Bitcoin is like better investment than gold at the moment. And in October, like investment inflow in Grayscale Bitcoin Trust has increased exponentially. And that's like, you know, and the gold stayed at the same place. So that shows us a lot, and that shows us that institutional investors, and that is actually connected to the previous slide, like, you know, they feel free, they feel protected by the regulations, by the government. They see that the crypto regulation is going into force, and they can be protected. So that's why they buy it. And of course, you know, like who denies profit? I mean, who denies these big numbers that they have? So this is like really cool. This is amazing. Next slide is about stable coins. So that was pretty tough year for stable coins, and I'm sure that the next year will be even tougher, even more difficult. Well, a few reasons for that. I don't know if you heard, probably you did, the situation about the Tether, and you know, all the problems they have at the moment with the back-end assets. You know, in a nutshell, the guys at the moment, they need to explain to SEC and to the regulatory you know, bodies in the US why the asset is backed is only like not half, but I believe the number was 74% backed by USD, and, you know, other percentage is backed by other currencies. And they need to explain it because they are stable coins, and they are binded to USD dollar, and that's a problem. But that's not only one problem with stable coins. You know, like you know, everybody actually they ask everybody asks me like why stable coins are so unappealing to the government, and I have an explanation for this. I mean, usually the government sees the threat in stable coins. So let me just give you an example. Like, you remember Libra, you remember Zuckerberg, and well, basically Zuckerberg just pushed into the face of the regulators this amazing possibility to issue money and to become like a competitor to the government. And, you know, like Zuckerberg, he has an amazing and huge audience. And, you know, it would be really stupid to consider that the US will allow some guy, you know, with a huge audience to become a threat, to become a competitor to the government. I know that this is not quite true. I mean, stable coins are not CBDCs, and that's another point. I mean, sometimes they are seen as CBDC, and that's a big problem. I mean, so that was very unfortunate start of this relationship. And now, of course, you know, the government will never will never allow them to be, you know, really like cool coin. But another thing, I actually we are one of the members of Crypto UK community, and we meet now virtually, of course, but still we meet with the guys to discuss and to do some comments on the FCA regulations, and that's another amazing thing about it, because, you know, the guys actually consulting like the best market players and ask their advice on how to make this act happen. So we've been discussing the stable coins last week, and I was amazed actually, you know, because these guys, you know, they think of it like from a really high perspective. I mean, they divide stable coins that are centralized, for example, like Tether, and they divide them from the stable coins that are decentralized, like MakerDAO. And that's like that's amazing. I mean, if the government is considering it on this you know, good level, that's just amazing, you know. And on the contrary, in the US there is a problem, because in December they introduced the law, so-called Stable Act, about the stable coins. And what they did there, they said that all the issuers of stable coins must have the license, the banking license. So basically what they want to say is that stable coin market is just the extension of shadow banking system, and it's not supposed to be like this. So they want them to you know, to have all the banking licensing and all the documents. And this is like really sad, because now you know, the market will be dead if this act will come into force, because only like fat fintech companies will, you know, will let it happen. And you know, small companies and small stable coins and even decentralized stable coins will die, and this big huge part of the market will die. Well, hopefully they will not, you know, admit it you know, in this draft, like in this drafting wording, but still I believe it's really bad for the market if they will. So, you know, a tough year for stable coins. Like, it's really hard even to predict what will happen. NFTs is non-fungible tokens. Well, I'm really sure that this will be the year of NFT revolution. And, you know, all the like, you know, it's a revolution in the world of gaming, art, finance, fashion. Like, you know, it's you know, needless to say about the cheap and fast transactions, like interoperability and decentralized storage of metadata. And well, despite the fact that this asset is in its really early stage at the moment, you know, the potential is huge. It's just amazing. And you can see it on the slide, like the yearly market cap grows. I mean, it's just, oh my God, it's very promising. So this is like, this is gonna be huge. Of course, you know, we've talked about the internet institutional investors, and well, that's another thing. Like, institutions, they're not buying only Bitcoin, but they're buying Ethereum also, and that's huge also. Well, basically, this year was absolutely incredible for Ethereum. Well, first of all, you know, like the overwhelming majority of DeFi projects, they are all built on the, like most of them are built on Ethereum, on Solidity protocol, because it's like super convenient, and, you know, and DeFi is booming. Have you seen the market capitalization? That's like $60 billion, and that's just amazing. And, you know, second of all, CME Group, like the world's leading and most diverse derivatives marketplace, they introduced ETFs on Ethereum on the 8th of February, yes. And like, you know, there were a lot of speculations on the price. I mean, like a lot of investors, a lot of like analysts, they were saying that, you know, our hopes are so high, and probably Ether will go down, and it will not, you know, the listing there will not help it like it was with Bitcoin. And, you know, like we've seen actually some good volumes there with Bitcoin. Only, I don't know, a year later it's listing there. But, you know, with Ether, it was like different. And I read some article from the like one of the top managers of CME, and he was saying that he've never seen this. I mean, the volumes are very cool, and you've seen the price. I mean, that's amazing. And the third thing for Ether is, of course, it's of course the mainnet, the new mainnet that was launched. Of course, it's like despite the fact it has no functionality yet, but the market is super enthusiastic about it, and the outcome will be great. And the developers they did it according to the roadmap, and that's also kind of like cool. They kept their promises, and that on crypto market, somebody who is keeping their promises is that's good. And the last one, if you're not convinced yet, see this graph. You see, like Coinbase, Coinbase wants to go to have an IPO, and that's like pre-IPO evaluation of Coinbase. You see the banks here, and you see Coinbase, and this is just amazing. I mean, we've never seen something like this before. And to all the guys who predicted that Bitcoin will crash, or this is not a business, you guys probably all heard this. Like, this is not a business, this is not this is not a market, this is not finance, this is just pure speculation. And Bitcoin is shadow trading, and it's dark market. It's it's been financed. It's financing the terrorists, and and all this stuff. And you can see this. This is like the best proof that we're gonna be here now, today, tomorrow, and like in the future. This is the market. This is the market to be. And basically, 2020 was an incredible year, and a lot of sad and very unpleasant events took place that year. But the market was amazing. And today we're like the next year, 2021, the market is still amazing, and it's going to be, only growing despite different events that probably made our daily life super unpleasant. Well, and I'm really happy that the market is becoming mature. And this last slide actually, it proves it. It proves the point that Coinbase is considered among these very respectful companies, and it's the evaluation is even higher. So I wish you guys to stay on the bright side, and believe in decentralized economy, and just react less to the stupid noise, information noise, and rebalance your portfolio and study the fundamental and technical side of things. And yeah, good luck. So yeah, this is my contacts, just in case you want to trade with us. I can give you like the best commissions ever. You want to have a listing on our exchange, or you just want to have a chat, that's absolutely fine. Please feel free to drop me a line. It will be my pleasure. Thank you very much. It was really, really a pleasure to speak to you today.
Imagine a lake with clear water and unpolluted air. Imagine a website with real news and no hidden, unlabeled, sponsored articles masquerading as real news. That place exists, and it's called Be in Crypto, the first and only cryptocurrency news portal to provide complete transparency and honest news. Pure, relevant, informative. Are you in?
And the next speaker is Yoon Kim, CMO at Elysia. He will be speaking about decentralized finance in real estate. Very exciting, isn't it?
Thank you, Marie, for having me today. I'm excited to be here at the Synopsis 2021 event. My name is Yoon Kim, and I am the CMO of Elysia. And today I want to explain a little bit about my company, what we do, and some of the future applications that we're working on right now to cover the whole crypto industry and more recently, the decentralized finance protocols. So Elysia is a marketplace for tokenized real estate. Let me first start off with what tokenizing real estate is, and then sort of walk through to how we are trying to build a marketplace and other financial applications around it to further provide use cases for it. Tokenization of real estate means creating digital footprints for a real estate asset and using blockchain technology to prove the relationship between the online data and the actual asset in an immutable way. At Elysia, we use the Ethereum network to issue tokens, which represent the underlying asset, and store all the property information, including the location, the area, the financials, the ownership of these tokens, so that people can relate and match the tokens with the asset, and also have an understanding of the property without actually having to physically visit. Before starting Elysia, me and my co-founders, we were deep into blockchain technology and thought about ways to bridge the gap between real objects and on-chain data. We thought the best way for the technology to move forward is to make people accept and believe that the numbers and names you see on a smart contract are a more reliable and transparent way of storing information. And ultimately, if the information represents something with value, it can be transferred and exchanged between people, sort of like how cash is nowadays. We also wanted to make sure we are building a digital infrastructure with no or minimum intermediaries, because we thought that was the entire purpose of using distributed ledger technology. We were looking into different industries at first, and one of our colleagues, who's now an advisor for the foundation, was a real estate developer in Seoul, and he told us that there was a huge demand in the real estate industry, and we should check it out. So we already knew that real estate market was huge in Korea, and it gets the most attention out of all the investments, especially among retail. So we naturally followed the demand, and that's how we started Elysia. Yeah, so Elysia is a secondary market to buy and sell tokenized real estate. We were one of the first companies to offer fractional commercial and residential real estate properties across South Korea, particularly in Seoul. And since 2018, we've offered a total of 11 commercial residential buildings to retail participants around the globe. We have two major components of the business operations. One, we help real estate owners list real estate tokens on the marketplace we created. And secondly, we introduced the marketplace to anyone who's looking to find real estate opportunities. These are done by two separate entities and with different characters. And let me explain to you why we've divided our sections. So first, the real estate token issuance. The Alicia Foundation works with real estate developers, agents, and owners who are looking to generate cash flow using privately held assets as collateral. Their goal is to enter a more liquid market, which is very hard to do traditionally, since in real estate, equity has always secured property investments. With tokenization, they'll be able to enter markets that are, as you know, open 24 hours, have lower barriers of entry. And essentially what it will do is it'll tap into a global pool of tens of thousands of investors with different appetites. As exciting as it sounds, we have to be very careful with who we are onboarding, what we're selling, who we are selling to, especially because most jurisdictions do not have clear guidelines for digital assets that bear ownership rights. So over the past years, we spent a lot of time with law firms and regulators to find out how we can streamline this transfer of ownership. So it was 2018 where we first started, and we started by creating SPCs, basically entities that represent the underlying asset, the underlying property, and kept the book of shareholders who have bought the tokens to distribute the income produced by the assets. We've tried it on a few properties and we've crowdfunded some, but we found out it was a very rigid structure with expensive overhead costs, maintenance costs, and also it had a lot of limitations on the number of investors and also the jurisdictions of the investors. So we had to find another way to find another interpretation for the real estate tokens. So we tried by legally representing these tokens as secured loans. What that means is that the token issuer is selling bonds using their properties as collateral, and the token buyer is buying the debt to receive interests from the borrower, in this case, the property owner. We believe this was the more logical approach, since peer-to-peer loans in private marketplaces have less restrictive laws in many countries. The foundation actually has a license in South Korea, and we were able to help property owners issue these bonds to be sold to other private individuals and entities. So we've tried these two different ways, and although we cannot say this is the best solution on legal interpretation of real estate tokens, since there aren't really clear guides yet on the definition of digital assets and what they can or cannot represent. But we're paying special attention to the South Korean regulators and have been knocking on their doors for the past few years. Yeah, in the meantime, I think the best we can do is to make use of the laws that are existing right now, and to make sure that those who are buying these real estate tokens are protected from any fraudulent activities, especially from the issuer side. And we do so by performing strict due diligence, which includes the checking the credential of the property owner, hiring certified appraisers for property valuation, signing multiple legal binding contracts to place the property as collateral, and working with LPLs in case the issuer fails to pay debt and we have to liquidate the property. Yeah, so yeah, this is our job, working with the real estate token issuer side, which naturally has more legal obligations and paperwork. As important as it is, we have experienced team members from the legacy industries who are working on this specifically. So this was the foundation's job, and this was our approach to tokenizing or issuing tokens for the real estate assets. And yeah, the other side of, apart from the foundation's role, which is essentially building relationships with real estate professionals and legislators, our engineering team is in a separate entity and has done a significant job creating a decentralized marketplace to trade these real estate tokens with other digital assets. Yeah, so this was our core competency and our main goal. And our goal from the start was to create a digital infrastructure where anyone can buy, sell, and trade assets for their own financial benefits. We created a mobile app, which is already live on both Android and iOS. And what you can do there is to search for tokenized properties that are offered, learn the terms and conditions, and then link your MetaMask wallet if you wish to buy or we say swap these tokens with other digital assets that you have on your wallet. We wanted to match property owners and investors with as less intervention as possible. We limited our role to just providing the user interface to view and track properties listed for sale, defining the terms and conditions related to the exchange of assets with other digital assets, and create tools to verify that the terms are kept and respected, and finally ensuring user accountability of the issuer side. We have a token swap function on our app similar to Uniswap, but the difference is that we verify the token issuer side, and also we require token issuers to front pay the interest of the loan and deposit into a separate wallet, which will be connected through a smart contract with the wallets that have purchased these real estate tokens, so that the interest can be distributed automatically on a daily basis. Yeah, so we are very excited to be building something that hasn't been done before, but we also understand we need improvements. So please try it and drop us a line if you see any problems. We always welcome feedback. Yeah, so far I'm explaining the progress we have made over the past few years, and how we're trying to provide an alternative experience in real estate finance. More recently, we're exploring opportunities in DeFi, particularly in lending markets. The current big protocols in the crypto industry right now use liquid, high market cap digital assets as collateral, and derive rates based on the supply and demand. However, we noticed that since many of these digital assets are very volatile, oftentimes the borrower has a hard time keeping up with the minimum collateral and could easily get liquidated in minutes or seconds. We thought that with the amount of experience real estate tokenization and our history of dealing with these represented tokens, we will be able to create a liquidity pool for borrowers who place their real estate tokens as collateral instead. We believe this is the next step for decentralized finance protocols, and with the experience we have on linking with real estate assets, we will be able to create a money pool with lower risk, especially for borrowers. we expect our protocol to be completed before the second half, and hopefully we'll have a positive impact on the market. Yeah.
Today, people are choosing open platforms powered by blockchains, ensuring money flows through the hands of everyday people.
Institutional investors are getting engaged.
A new wave of global institutions are investing in Bitcoin and blockchain technology, while demand for cryptocurrencies has reached historic heights, forever changing the way we give to the causes we care about and how we exchange, earn, and spend. The future is decentralized. The world is moving forward. We're building new systems to increase the freedom of money for everyone. But it'll take all of us working together to push past the tipping point.
We have a Binance Smart Chain that's finally released, a $100 million fund for the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem community.
I think that Bitcoin is the solution to 7.8 billion people's problems. They just don't know it yet.
We can watch the world change, or we can change the world.
Current revenue-generating methods don't allow publishers and businesses to offer an enjoyable, ad-free browsing experience. We need a new solution that brings everything together to benefit businesses and users alike. That's why we made Gather. Gather is a blockchain-based network that improves the online experience for users, generates additional revenue for publishers, reduces cloud computing costs for enterprises, and makes running a proof-of-work blockchain easier. Instead of spamming users with ads to generate revenue, Gather runs in the background of your site, and with each user's consent, aggregates their idle processing power. Then it distributes said power to enterprises for cloud computing and to developers for cryptocurrency mining. Publishers receive payment in cryptocurrency or fiat, users get to enjoy an ad-free browsing experience, and developers deploy their secure blockchains without the need to find new miners. Ultimately, it's a virtuous cycle that radically changes digital monetization and revenue generation to provide a superior experience for the end user. Join Gather today to be a part of the future.
Our next speaker is Myrtle Ani Ramos, the founder of BlockTides, and she is co-CEO of Synopsis. The topic will be incredible, the importance of community, PR, and media in blockchain and DeFi. Let's welcome Myrtle.
All right, everyone. Hello, this is Myrtle Ramos from the Philippines, and I'm one of the Philippine Women Blockchain Ambassador. And I'm also one of the founders of Block Tides, an award winning PR firm of 2020 by Pitch Deck Asia. I've already hosted 27 Southeast Asia fintech and blockchain events last 2016 up until 2019. So, of course, I almost raised as well, almost $1 million for projects, both local and international. And I'll be discussing about uh, what's the importance between what's the importance of communities, public relations, and media. So I'll be sharing you my screen, so you can see here the importance of community and public relations and media. Well, we all know that media have different types. So it's print, broadcast media, cell phones, radio, TV, satellites, digital media. Right now, actually, the best since pandemic, social media is the one who's really emerging, right? So the digital media part needs to scale up, of course. What's the sense of me saying this? Because with this, actually, the importance of media is for us to definitely know first what's the different types of media before going on to the different types of approaches, especially in the DeFi and blockchain space. So, what is media convergence? Uh, this one is actually the what do you call this, the combination of social network, learning and management system, as well as news agency and multimedia personality. For example, in computers, there's already a combination of media convergence here. The smart TVs that we have already have camera, music player, video player in one device. So also, in the social media part, we do have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, which you can promote all your projects, especially all the great projects and companies in the blockchain and DeFi space. You can definitely use these tools for you to be able to fundraise as well as promote what you have to offer to the community as well as investors. So, example as well, the last example that I have for media convergence is Google. Everything in Google is already there. You can see there Google Search, Google Drive, Google Mail, Google Play, Play Store, everything in one. So, here, Facebook. Facebook Messenger acquired everything already, like Hangouts, Instagram, WhatsApp, and yeah, the influence of media on crypto industry. What is it? So the influence of media on the blockchain, crypto, and DeFi space, it's really, really powerful because the rise in the popularity of cryptocurrency in the last couple of years was due to social media. I can still remember the first post about selling Bitcoins is one of this Bitcoin forum, which is they're trying to hold bitcoins, and then there's this drunk man who actually posted hodl in with typos. So that's why hodl is actually uh, very famous now. Cryptocurrencies are decentralized. There's a lot of people actually doesn't know about cryptocurrencies, especially here in the Philippines. They're all asking me, is it really legitimate? Is it really this? Is it really that? Especially there's a lot of scams nowadays. We must be wary, of course, for us to be the voice of us in the media space, for us to provide education to a lot of people what really blockchain is, for them to understand it. It is really broad because blockchain, you cannot really understand it in one day. It needs thorough information, thorough research. It's not really hard to understand for us techies, right? But of course, when you explain it to your grandmother, your baby, your children, how can they understand it? We're striving for mass adoption, right? So education is the key for us to provide the best analogy as well as the best comparison for them to understand what really blockchain, crypto, and DeFi is. So you can imagine the advantages that you can get with this kind of digital currencies. So basically, for all those people who's watching that doesn't really know more about blockchain, The best explanation that I have is actually there's no third parties involved. So you don't have to worry about bank inflation, and also your keys protect your account. You handle your own money. So, what is the purpose of social media platforms? So, yes, again, what I said earlier is for us to educate people, create communities. You can write blogs about it for them to be actually educated what is really blockchain, cryptocurrency, and DeFi is. Because one cannot understand what DeFi is without really learning more about what what's really blockchain is. So we have to understand first where it came from. So cryptocurrency now, especially when Elon Musk tweeted that he's supporting Bitcoin and bought Tesla bought 1.5 billion in Bitcoins, right? So this is actually the rapid rate for us to provide more education to the community. So from the social forums of digital currencies' humble beginnings, as I've told earlier, that it started only with Bitcoin forum. Correct me if I'm wrong. But of course, yeah, the first cryptocurrency transaction negotiated via Bitcoin forum, and then social media played a huge role. There's a lot of naysayers out there that yeah, Bitcoin will not really emerge. But what's happening now? Twitter is being used. That's part of the social media, right? So, so this one it all began on a small forum, as I've said earlier, and also with a transaction for two Papa John's pizza. So just imagine that. So just for us to definitely provide some information that you really need a good social media strategist for you to be able to emerge, especially when you're a startup. I've handled a lot of 50 blockchain companies already, but their social media design is not really that good. To be honest, speaking frankly. So I'm a woman, especially when I do business. I really gave straightforward what I call feedback when it comes to the brand, especially the quality when you're going to post something out there. So what's the relationship between social media, cryptocurrency, and blockchain? With public relations. So, public relations is different. Yes, education is the key, but of course, brand reputation is very, very important. So, what I do ask with my customers or my clients is for us to provide online presence, branding, quality, personal branding, especially for all your employees. So this person have personal branding because all of the people will search your name in Google already. So be mindful of how you portray your business, especially when it comes to your employees as well. Growth marketing. So, what's your purpose? You can start with a small community. That's the best. It's all related in this whole pack that the message here is for us to build a community, for us to build a brand reputation, and of course, for you to be able to convey the right message of what you have to offer to the community for mass adoption. What is the problem that you're going to solve out there, right? So that's the purpose when building a company. So, what's your goal and vision? These are the questions that's very important. What's the solution that you're going to provide, and what's your needs, right? So, importance of public relations, as I mentioned earlier, that building a brand reputation is just like your identity already, just like Starbucks, right? Because once you'll know, let's get coffee. Your friend will already say, let's go to Starbucks. It's just like there's already a built reputation already when it comes to mentioning Starbucks, right? So it's the same when it comes to DeFi, blockchain, and other company and startups out there. So if you really want to become solid, and of course for the long term, we must think in the long term as well for you to be able to have that reputation for your company. Public relations can be defined as strategic communication process. It's different from marketing. Because marketing you can post anything, but when it comes to public relations, it's where you create your story. It's where you defining and throwing yourself out there. What is the problem that you're solving. So it's up to the public relations agency that you'll trust, of course, between because it is between the public and the organizations. That all boils down in having community. Because I have my own community, strong community in the Philippines and Southeast Asia. I've already built like 2,000 solid communities, and yes, we're solid. It's no, sorry, it's almost 3,000 communities. So it's just like you having your friend out there for you to be able to have your colleague, the loyal people that will trust your brand. So PR is the most essential tool in marketing because now you cannot just have marketing in your company, but of course you need to actually associate public relations as well. So, be it in any industry out there, even McDonald's have that, even Jollibee. Here in the Philippines, Jollibee is actually famous. They're all competing with each other when it comes to marketing, public relations. So, it's all up to the public relations agency that you'll trust because it's a potential sale already. Next is in this online world, even your kids out there, even in your kids at home, is already using mobile phones, computers, especially now during COVID. They're studying using their computer. So all people are using technology now. So why not grasp that opportunity for us to be able to provide and convey the right message for blockchain, DeFi, and cryptocurrency? So yeah, the next one that I have, of course, PR enhances your online presence. PR companies use some reliable tools for you to be able for us to be able to help clients. Especially it's not just about the money, but also for us to strengthen your brand image. Why is community important? As I've said earlier, that being part of a community gives us a sense of belonging because it's the purpose. Of course, it's enable us for us to share our personal relatedness. Like for example, I have this uh experience when it comes to like this, so you can help each other, right? So it's the perpetual growth of each other, ourselves, and our environment. Actually, Elon Musk actually eradicated the naysayers, so it's a huge impact for the blockchain companies out there to really strive and of course to be known out there. He's the leader actually. So a strong community is a place of opportunity. That people, that community that you trust, and of course you have a common goal is for you to provide mass adoption for the solution that you're providing to the world, right? So of course when you strive for something that you want, it is your community that will help you out. The next is actually some just look for the investors. Again, it's not just about the money. And let's change our mindset when it comes to include everyone for financial freedom. It's not just about the money. And of course, it is the impact and purpose that you give to other people. And what's the benefits of having a strong community? Again, it acts as a support group that works with you towards your common cause. And of course it creates a bigger voice, so it's actually like a free marketing already once you have that people who trust your brand. Of course, it increases the chances of you getting heard. This is actually for the companies and startups out there for blockchain, DeFi, and uh yeah, cryptocurrencies that's listening. So the next one that I have is for youngsters, of course. They get to build, especially the millennials out there, they get to build connections that help them grow. And yes, community can definitely complete, set your business apart from every company or any competitors out there that you have. If you have a solid community, your company, it can make a whole lot difference. Instead of money community driven companies, community driven companies will always win. You must remember that. So, this is the last part for my presentation, by the way. I've actually tweaked the code of Stuart Henderson Britt code. For me, is actually doing business without advertising, public relations, marketing, and community is like winking at a girl in the dark. You know what you're doing, but no one else does. So, yeah, that's it for my presentation today. And of course, it's a privilege for me talking here in Synopsis 2021. And yes, of course, if you can contact me directly, just go to Block Tides and follow our page. Thank you so much.
And the next speaker is Lihan Hunwu Lee. He will be speaking about the transparency issues in the digital asset market and solution to them. Let's welcome him.
Hi, Maria. I switched my place from being an MC to a speaker right now. So I'll talk about with the topic, bringing more transparency into crypto. So a little background. My name is Lihan Lee. I am the co-founder and CEO of Zangle, which is the disclosure platform for crypto. And I wanted to talk about transparency, and I have thought about it, and I thought maybe less people are interested into the topic of transparency, especially in a bull market right now. So to keep your interest, let's just begin with how much the price of Bitcoin will go over the years. So this is a slide I made 2 years ago. So it was March 2019. And you can see two graphs in the slide, the one in blue and the other is in black. The blue one represents the actual price of the Bitcoin over the last 10 years. Whereas the black line represents the logarithmic chart of the price of Bitcoin. And what's interesting about the logarithmic graph is that it reveals a certain pattern in terms of the cycles that happened over the past 10 to 11 years. So historically, there has been 3 cycles. The first one was the most wild one, which started from the Coinbase until mid 2011. It was a 1.5-year cycle, and the price went up from $0.0025 up to $22. It's about 8,800x. So it was a wild move, actually. Then we had a 90% correction, and then another cycle started, which lasted about 2.5 years. And the actual price was the highest price. The peak price was about 50x from the last peak. And then we had another 85% correction, and another cycle which lasted 4 years. And the newly peak was about 20 times higher than the previous high. So as you can see, there has been some patterns. So you can see that you can see a long-term flow of the market maturing, so that the cycles actually last longer, whereas the overall volatility actually shrinks. Although it's still a wild market, but if you compare the volatility 10 years ago from now, you can see the whole, you can see the pattern of volatility shrinking over time. And the actual growth also flattens. So in the first cycle, we had an 8,800x, but in the third cycle, we had a 20x. So just by interpolating and assuming that we are in the 4th cycle now, my prediction was that we're gonna land in a range of $10,000, $100,000 to $300,000 between 2022 to 2024. So it was 2 years ago, just when the price of Bitcoin crashed from 20K to $3,000. And I watched those people in the audiences, and very few people agreed with me that the price of Bitcoin will rebound in such manner. And then 2 years later, we're now in 2021, and it seems like we're just starting another major bull run. So, so we are now heading towards a happy ending, and everything is going to be fine. Everybody who has invested in Bitcoin or other crypto are going to be rich, and so it's going to be a happy ending, right? But still, there is one serious problem. And lately, we have published a report about crypto investment scams. And we have assembled open data from different countries reporting scams all around the world. And astonishingly, the total amount of lost money during the last 11 years is more than $16 billion. So more than $16 billion, that's a huge number. So if you compare it, how much money was spent in terms of ICO in the last bull run, it was about $13 billion. So more money was actually lost than invested. And this is even a very conservative number. So we have left out all those projects being hacked or breached. We have also left out all those projects related to money laundering. And we have left out all those projects not covered by English-speaking media. So trust me, this is a very conservative number, and maybe it's just a tip of the a giant iceberg. More than $16 billion. And what is more important is there is a positive correlation between the market sentiment and the amount of money lost in the market. So in other words, once Bitcoin price goes up and once other crypto price go up, the number of fraud and scams also go up as well. So, and you can see that in 2014 in this graph, and especially in the last bull run between 2017 and 2018, there has been a huge amount of scam being conducted to innocent people from the bad actors. So, and as I said, because we are starting a new bull run in the fourth cycle, we can expect that over the next years, once the market sentiments goes up, there will be a lot of attempts to conduct scam and fraud upon people around us. And this is actually a very big problem. It, of course, those listeners who are listening right now to this video might be very familiar to crypto and understand a lot about crypto and know how to avoid those scams. But this might affect maybe one of your family. This might affect one of your friends or maybe your acquaintances. And at the end, it will hurt the crypto industry as a whole to be acknowledged as a real asset class. And this is a pity in terms when you think how much potential this industry has. So we need to act upon this. How should we do? How can we prevent to minimize those numbers of scams and fraud? The first thing we should do is education and awareness. A typical pattern, a scammer would say to those people who don't understand blockchain would be to overwhelm with jargons like words DeFi or sharding or layer 2 solutions. And although, of course, to those you listening to this video right now are familiar with those words, for most people who don't really understand about crypto and maybe heard about Bitcoin, those kind of words might sound like Korean to Russians or Russian to Koreans. So when they hear those kinds of words, they give up understanding deeper into what they're investing. And other typical narrative would be like, this mainnet is 1,000 times faster than Ethereum. How many people do you think understand the concept of blockchain trilemma, where once you speed up the blockchain, you lose some aspects of decentralization or security. So very few people do understand it. And especially people, when they hear those difficult terms, and especially when the market sentiment is good, people tend to lower their guards to just invest or maybe speculate upon those kind of assets without a deeper understanding. So my thought is that once we need to educate people and make those concepts much easier to understand and let people really understand what they're investing. And we should tell people to wait until they really understand about the technology, about the project, and about the real progress of the project before they put in their actual money. What we also need to educate those people is that the underlying pattern of those scams and fraud. So most of those scams are just a small variations of typical Ponzi and pyramid schemes. And just by letting people know of the past cases and about the typical patterns, I think we can prevent a lot of victims in the market. So that's number one. Number two is accountability. So if you see who are doing all those bad things, there are people doing the same fraud over and over again, just by creating one project after another. Just by changing the name, they do the same pattern of fraud over and over again. So we need to build a system and culture to make those people accountable. And we need actually expel those bad actors before they take into real action. Relying on the traditional police or justice or regulation is just too late. Once they get punished, all those bad actions have been already being done upon people, and money has been just lost. So we need to build a system and culture to react much faster. The third and the last would be transparency and disclosure. We, as I said in the first topic, we need to make it clear that they need to understand before investment. But in order to say you need to understand the fundamentals of a project, you need information first. Unfortunately, compared to the traditional financial market, there is no regulation that says once you get public money, you need to disclose all this information. So we need to solve it from a cultural perspective. We should appreciate those projects who are more open towards information disclosure for their investors. Just a quick intro to our project. Zangle is a disclosure platform for crypto. And right now, we over 750 projects are actively disclosing their information to maintain their reputation in this industry and the market. And we are also working with over 60 exchanges over the world. And we try to appreciate those good projects, disclosing good information and making real progress look better than those who does not. So just an intro, and the left side is our website where we show all those disclosures in real time, and the right one is a typical format of a disclosure that is being disclosed. So yeah, so my final message is that let's build a culture where every crypto project should be as transparent as possible in terms of their team and leadership, how they manage their money that was invested, and most importantly, how they make fundamental progress in terms of their development and user adoption. Because at the end, blockchain is all about trust, and trust is very important for everybody here in this industry. Thank you very much.
Imagine a lake with clear water and unpolluted air. Imagine a website with real news and no hidden, unlabeled, sponsored articles masquerading as real news. That place exists, and it's called Be in Crypto, the first and only cryptocurrency news portal to provide complete transparency and honest news. Pure, relevant, informative. Are you in?
Welcome to the Theta Network. Earn T-Fuel crypto rewards simply by watching live streams and videos. As you watch and share with others, you're contributing to the decentralized Theta Network, all powered by Theta's native blockchain. Discover the future of video delivery at thetanetwork.org.
The next speaker is Alona Afanasieva. She is CEO at Being Crypto, one of the largest media in crypto. And she will be speaking about Top Crypto Investment 2021. Let's welcome her.
Thank you, Marie. I'm Alona Afanasieva. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of Being Crypto, one of the biggest crypto news medias. And today I want to touch upon the most interesting topic of the year, I think, especially based on the recent spikes in cryptocurrencies. So I want to talk about top crypto investments of 2021 by Being Crypto. I want to start with the presentation and introduction of Being Crypto, just because it makes sense. You will understand it later. So Being Crypto in numbers, just quick, 4 million monthly page views, 700,000 new users every month, 200,000 subscribers on our social media, and we are in top 3 in the world in crypto news medias. We are basically one of the very few news medias that cover 10 languages in the world. And global unique users of Being Crypto are increasing. We started from 80,000 back in 2018 when we were founded, and by the end of 2021, we aim at 35 million, and it's not the end. And our team is consists of 120 employees from all over the world. And this is very important because this is something that we used in our forecasting. Our experienced and highly qualified journalists hail from a variety of professional backgrounds. And all of them are sharing the same interest. They are interested in crypto and decentralization and blockchain technology. So when we are saying what were the factors we based our predictions on, we could think that it was technology, team, or market trends. And actually it was, but not exactly. We started with one simple idea. I want to share something with you. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire game show stats confirmed that Phone a Friend usually brought the correct answer in 65% of cases.
The answer given during the Ask the Audience was usually correct in 91% of cases. So such numbers only prove the wisdom of crowd concept. It means that the opinion of many people narrows down the noise of incorrect responses. And the average opinion of general crowd is closer to reality than a single opinion of a few gurus. So that's why the whole Be Encrypted team of 120 people participated in the choice of the most attractive coins of 2021. And since there were lots of them, we decided to name top 5 trends in crypto investments of 2021. It's a crowd wisdom. It's a general common decision of being crypto. So probably it's the best forecast you can get for 2021. So trend number 1, pop stars. The coins that everybody knows about and will keep buying due to mass adoption. We know that it's coming. We know that everybody is talking and excited with the current prices, current level of Bitcoin. So of course, BTC and ETH will be the key stars of this movement. Here I'm not naming any reasons behind, just watch the chart. I know that actually BTC has already broken above 50,000 and it's gonna move even higher just because it's not hype like it was in 2017. It's actually big investors' choice, really big people and big names stay behind. Then trend number 2, Ethereum killers. Everybody knows that last year was all about DeFi and everybody was really excited to participate in that movement. But the bad thing about popularity of DeFi is significantly increasing high gas fees and decreasing transaction speed. So of course, it's logical that next year could be the rise of Ethereum killers. And here we are focused on 2 names, DOT and ADA. Okay, Cardano, probably one of my favorite coins. It's just a great idea, and we already know that third generation blockchain has slowly been breaking into the mainstream. And Cardano's first phase that has just started, named Gauguin, is launched and focused on the integration of smart contracts into the blockchain. So it's gonna try to solve the problems of DeFi. Then Cardano offers many technological improvements over Ethereum. And again, they're important thing because influencers play a big role in crypto environment. Strong Brain is behind Cardano. One of the co-founders of Ethereum, Charles Hoskinson, is actually the founder of Cardano. Then the next choice is Polkadot. Of course, there is a great idea of interoperability layer for blockchain. What's important, it solves the problem of common security system for all parachains and allows at the same time forkless upgrades, no hard forks needed anymore. And final testing is already in progress. And again, there is strong brain behind. Now it's Gavin Wood, one of the co-founders of Ethereum, who actually stands behind Polkadot. Let's see the third trend. Third trend is DAX ecosystem. due to mass interest in wide range of ever-improving services of market makers. Of course, here we named Badger, Dodo, Uni, and AAV. So regarding Badger, there is a great idea to actually build the products and infrastructure necessary to accelerate Bitcoin as a collateral across other blockchains. Basically, this is Bitcoin inside of Ethereum ecosystem, and that's great, especially given the current trend of Bitcoin price. And the first of its kind elastic supply token to peg against a volatile asset, the value of BTC. Its price is intended to mimic BTC, and it means that it's gonna rock in the nearest months. Then also Dodo, powered by an innovative market maker algorithm called proactive market maker. This is something that actually the whole ecosystem has been waiting for quite a long time. One very important thing as well is that big names are investors behind the project: Coinbase, Binance, and many more. And Dodo is aimed to resolve the problem of transaction costs and slippage. Then trend number 4, crypto exchange tokens. Just because mass adoption is coming and the biggest exchanges will get rewarded, the ones that are most popular. No wonder we named BNB here and FTX. Okay, Binance Coin. Of course, everybody knows about Binance Coin because Binance is one of the most popular and the most speedy evolving crypto exchange. But there are also some more reasons behind the possible significant increase of BNB price. First, it's acceleration to quarterly BNB burn process. It means that lower number of BNB in circulation, higher demand and higher price. Then it's also BNB is profiting not only from trend for centralized exchange coins, but it's actually also a decentralized exchange token as well. So it's a double hit. And then Binance Launchpad introduced subscription format for token sale instead of lottery format previously. Then also mass adoption with the new investors joining the most popular exchanges. And I think that BNB and Binance will gonna get a lot of interest in the nearest year, especially given their quite aggressive promotion campaign. And I think actually for every crypto project, the current year will be the point of no return. If you invest massively in promotion and marketing, this year will bring you profits for sure. And the 5th trend is providers and connectors. So basically all the projects that work like facilitators and mediators to make a more user-friendly environment. Now, of course, Link, Ocean, Flow, and Quantum are here. Let's start with Ocean. I'm really fascinated by the idea behind the Ocean of marrying data economy and blockchain technology. So Ocean Market is a platform for data providers to meet with consumers and to help to launch initial data offerings quite easily. So they are simplifying the life and connecting different segments. And DAO is already deployed, and the stage for community-based funding for ocean ecosystem project is set. So it means that ecosystem is going to rise significantly in the nearest year. And of course, the coin is gonna get attraction as well. Then there is also Flow. It's basically blockchain built for the next generation of apps, games, and the digital assets. And the most exciting thing about that is, I think, virality, because very interesting names are behind them. So they have top global partners like CryptoKitties, UFC, and NBA. And it could be a great success just because a lot of newbies are coming to the market, and something they do not understand blockchain technology, but something that they know, that they understand, like UFC and NBA connected with the blockchain technology, could simplify the adoption and actually attract a lot of attention. And yeah, what's very important about Flow is that anyone with a reliable internet connection is able to participate as a validator for Flow. So they significantly boost the potential for the ecosystem participants. And it's a great idea, actually. Of course, Chainlink. There is a unique model of serving as a middleman in a decentralized environment behind that. And it also has a very heavyweight partnerships behind and large treasury reserve funds. But the most important thing about Chainlink, I think, that it's an oracle, and oracle that is difficult to build, but which is in high demand right now. So I think it will bring a lot of attention to Link in the nearest to the project itself and to the coin as well. And yeah, one more important thing, it was the first to announce the launch on the Ethereum mainnet. And I have, besides those top 5 trends, I have one bonus, just because there were so many ideas from my team, and we could not help mentioning the rising trend for NFT marketplaces. Of course, it's in the early stage of its evolution, but I do believe that those who come into the market first will get the most of it. So I would name Terra Virtua Collect here, because this platform actually allowing users to buy, sell, store, and display digital collectibles in fully customizable environments. And again, like I said, virality plays a big role in crypto environments. So world famous brands, including Paramount Pictures and Legendary Entertainment, already here. And that's interesting. TVK actually offers new forms of incentives. So besides just airdrops or tokens, they actually offer some tangible things, tangible rewards. It could be a meeting with the generator of the collectible of digital asset, or it could be one day in some famous cinema platform. So yeah, this is something that could bring a lot of attention, because it's not just rewarding with likes, with some digital coins, but this is something you can actually experience, and this is great. And just because I told you so many things about the most exciting investments of the nearest year, I think it's worth noting that any project that really wants to be among those with the highest potential should take care of their marketing strategy. You could have a great idea behind, you can have great supporters, but if you do not invest into promotion, if you do not talk and collaborate with your ecosystem, with your community, and if you don't build your community, this is gonna be a problem, and it can actually complicate your way to the levels you want to reach. News media here to help actually for any kinds of promotions. Regarding our advertising formats, you need to know that we have all kinds of offerings, starting from editorial to banners, contextual targeting, and social media newsletters. And it's all could be packaged in different things. So it's also partner content, which we have with a huge amount of audience, like native advertising, when we write not about the company directly, because nobody is buying actually this concept, but about the concept, the idea, the phenomenon, something that could be solved with the product. Sponsored articles, just regular articles that are provided by you. So here you can write about everything from your perspective, but of course we are not allowing scams, and we are doing a proper scam checks. So anybody who cannot provide any clear evidence that you are not a scam project, just do not approach to us and do not waste our and your time. Banners is one of the most popular ways to actually hit the target audience, just because it attracts a lot of attention, especially in news medias like ours with huge target audience. We also have crypto charts where you can add any buttons to directly convert your leads and your potential customers to real customers. And contextual targeting with different placements and video content on YouTube. We have different formats. So yeah, just some examples. And social media products on our Telegram, Instagram, and Twitter. We have very huge community there and very loyal one. So it's a great place to actually start your promotion. And email marketing that actually brings is aimed at our loyal audience that wants to be in constant understanding of what's going on in the industry. So if you are interested in discussing the advertising opportunities with us, don't hesitate to contact us. You can go to our website or use our email marketing@beamcrypto.com. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to present to you.
The next speaker is Chang-Hak Yeon, CEO of Block Odyssey. And he will be speaking about the blockchain-based anti-counterfeiting solution. Let's welcome him. Welcome, Chang-Hak.
Thanks for introducing me, Maria. Hello, I'm Chang Hak-yeon, CEO of Block Odyssey. We are innovating the logistics industry through blockchain technology. Korea is one of the most sensitive countries to adopt cryptocurrency and blockchain, and we are showing remarkable achievement in Korea, especially in logistics industry. We are working on several projects with the Korean government and various global companies. In today's seminar, we will introduce anti-counterfeiting solution, which is receiving the most attention in the market. Before introducing business items, I will briefly introduce the company. 5 master and doctor from KAIST, which is Korea's leading engineering college, prepared for a startup together since 2017, when ICO was the hottest issue in the world. I don't deny ICO and cryptocurrency, but I thought it couldn't make meaningful value to issue cryptocurrency first without a proper solution. So our team decided to focus on developing a blockchain-based solution first. Now our company has grown to 17 team members, and we have attracted investment from famous Korean investment firm, bank, and large corporation. In addition, we are working blockchain project with global enterprise such as LG, French pharmaceutical company Gervais, and APEC #1 cosmetic company named Amore Pacific. Based on this achievement, we recently got free Series A investment in Korea from one of the hottest blockchain funds in the world named Hashit, and Korean big enterprise named Samyang. We are dreaming of expanding into a global business based on this funding. Then let me explain the problem we are trying to solve. We are trying to solve the counterfeiting problem. Globally, the forgery problem is very serious. For example, in China, more than 200,000 people die annually from the counterfeiting medicine. And according to WTO statistics, more than 10% of the world's drugs are fake. For this reason, many companies have invested heavily in anti-counterfeiting technology. However, traditional anti-counterfeiting solutions have inherent limitations. That is a trade-off issue of identification and security. The existing anti-counterfeiting technology was the concept of detecting fakes by attaching something that could not be duplicated. However, adopting more complicated physical security solutions for prevent duplication, the more consumer cannot verify it, like we can't recognize the counterfeiting bills. So even if hackers did not make the same thing, just make it similar, use their fake goods over and over again, so then a method of verifying through a mobile application appeared. However, the level of optical security that a mobile phone camera can recognize is similar to that a high-resolution scanner or copier. In the case of purchasing and copying existing hologram sticker, if the copied paper is scanned with a mobile application, it will recognize as genuine. In the other words, the security is very low. For this reason, countless counterfeiting goods with counterfeiting hologram stickers have been distributed during the manufacturing, logistics, and distribution process. So we want to change the way to solve the problem. What if we could distinguish duplicate goods rather than prevent duplication? If each product is assigned a unique identification value, and we can properly collect distribution information based on this ID value, we can solve counterfeiting problem. Let's imagine Suppose your mobile phone is produced in Seoul and sold at a duty-free shop at an international airport in Moscow. If this information is stored on the blockchain, consumers visiting Moscow International Airport can obtain the following information by scanning a QR code. This mobile phone is sold at the Moscow International Airport, and I think you are there too. So this is genuine, and you can buy it with confidence. What if a hacker duplicates a QR code and set a fake mobile phone in Beijing? Then the blockchain responds as follows. This phone is originally sold at Moscow International Airport, but your location is judged to the Beijing. So in looks, the QR code is duplicated, so don't buy it. It is very easy, right? However, blockchain technology is essential to implement this easy idea. This is because numerous stakeholders in the distribution process need to store and exchange reliable data with each other. Even if the distribution process is simple, information exchange is not easy. So the more complex the distribution stage, the more important the need for a blockchain. So if information exchange is reliably possible through a blockchain, it is possible to achieve data-based anti-counterfeiting without special and expensive physical security technology. So then let me explain the project we are working on in Korea. The following is a project for Amore Pacific's lead ginseng health drink named Myeongjaksu. Consumer can easily check the following information by scanning the QR code. Not only can just simply check whether the goods are forged, but because we have the data of the logistic process, we can provide more value. We provide ingredient information, certified testing information, marketing information, as well as expiration date for individual raw material. So if you click on ginseng field plantation on the rightmost screen, you can also check how many year-old ginseng was grown and where it was cultivated. With this information, Korean consumers can purchase products with greater confidence and increase the brand loyalty. Not only consumers but also business receive a lot of value. It is possible to easily search QR code scan statistics and history of distribution process. And to provide more value, we provide business intelligence screen for each company. Introducing company can easily check valuable information at a glance, such as actual purchase conversion rate compared to QR code scanning, distribution status by channel, and counterfeit product scan status by region. In addition, by opening the data inside the blockchain, it is also possible to provide an online warranty. It is implemented through the Block Explorer function. For example, imagine the Apple blockchain. If you search for Chang Hang-yeon, which is my name, in the Apple Block Explorer, you can check the information on Block 86 that says Chang Hang-yeon bought an iPhone 20 at a department store in Seoul on February 20, 2021. Anyone can check this information on web, or it can be made available by scanning the QR code attached on the product. So if this function is provided, you can easily use it in AES and second-hand transaction without having to carry paper warranty anymore. It can be applied to various industries such as luxury goods, painting, shoes, and IT products to provide more value. Indeed, these movements are taking place around the world. IBM and Veros are distributing their shipping blockchain platform to all over the world. LVMH, one of the top 3 global luxury groups, is also actively adopting blockchain technology. They have been introducing logistic blockchain technology for anti-counterfeiting in Europe with Microsoft and Consensus for over 1 year. They want to track the logistic process by linking technology such as QR code or NFC to luxury bags such as Chanel or Christian Dior. Averager, a British startup, is also an interesting logistic blockchain company. They are particularly focused on precious metal and have even launched a demo that recreates the diamond distribution process on a blockchain. Using their demo, if you enter the diamond number, you can easily check various information such as the mining process, the history of the mining master, the blueprint, and the state of the craft. After all, in order to compete or cooperate with them, we need our own weapon. So we are targeting the weaponry technology. Our first core technology is world's first double security QR code. A logistic interface is required to link offline asset and digital data. Currently, barcode, RFID, QR code, and NFC are being used in the industry, but most of them use QR codes for practical reasons. Because of the small data volume of barcode, different barcode cannot be printed for individual product. RFID has a limitation in scalability because it requires a separate reader. NFC is very expensive, so it is difficult to apply to industry with large production quantities such as cosmetic and pharmaceutical. So many logistic blockchain projects focus on QR code. However, as you know, QR codes have very low security. So to overcome this, an electronic signature or encryption technology must be applied. Of course, there are already electronic signature QR code patents in the US and China. However, existing patents have limitations. It is the ability of compress and encode data. The data capacity of the QR code is limited by size. However, when data is encrypted, the data capacity increases rapidly. Existing patents do not solve this problem, so there is a limitation that it cannot be recognized with a standard QR code reader. However, consumers no longer easily download enterprise applications, so we need a secure QR code that can be recognized by a standard QR code reader. So the technology has been successfully developed and patent has been completed. In addition, we provide higher security when providing sticker type by linking various physical security technology like hologram and security. Also, as you know, Korea is world leading semiconductor powerhouse. Recently, we worked with semiconductor company to produce the safest semiconductor QR code sticker. Although the unit price is expensive, but it is suitable for expensive premium product. Of course, we have various partners, so if we can also provide RFID or NFC in addition to QR code if our client wish. Now, let's explain the most important blockchain technology. In the logistic process, most customers want to use private blockchain rather than a public blockchain because their distribution information and consumer information are very valuable information. The world's most famous private blockchain is Hyperledger Fabric platform. In particular, most blockchain projects in Korea are being carried out based on the Fabric platform. However, the Fabric platform is not suitable for the distribution process because the flexibility is very low. If nodes need to add, modify, or delete after the platform built, the resource is huge. Even the building a new platform requires less resource. So due to this problem, the Fabric platform, which was applied to the distribution process in Korea, is facing scalability issue. So Intel and Salesforce have joined first to solve this problem. The solution is Hyperledger Sawtooth platform. This platform is designed for the distribution process, and Block Odyssey is the first company to successfully commercialize the Synopsis platform in Korea. Our platform is being introduced in the showcase of the official Hyperledger Foundation, and since the introduction, we have been collaborating with various global blockchain companies like Consensus, JD.com, and Clayton. In addition to this, various in-house innovative technology are applied. So if you have any technological question, please contact us and I will introduce to you. Block Odyssey is not a company that can only deal with software. We are a company that can handle Fabric, Ethereum, and Clayton together. The reason for using this strategy is that there is currently no overwhelming best platform among the blockchain platform. This is because each individual platform have different characteristics and different pros and cons. So we need to choose the most suitable platform for each industry and project. So we are currently considering linking the SCM market with the financial market. I think it is best to use public blockchain to provide various financial products like DeFi. So Ethereum is the most famous blockchain, and Clayton is a platform developed by Kakao, which dominates Korean mobile messenger. Most large enterprises in Korea and Southeast Asia are participating as governance member of Clayton. So we are focusing on Clayton and Ethereum platform, and we want to connect SCM and finance by fusing two blockchains. So it would be great if interested partner can easily contact us and collaborate this project. And we are also conducting national R&D project based on this technology. The Korean government intends to build a distribution blockchain at the national level to solve the counterfeiting problem of domestic manufacturers. Information is recorded on the blockchain of Korean government until it is produced and exported in Korea, and the information is recorded on the blockchain of e-commerce company in local country after overseas export. Through this, we are inducing overseas consumers to purchase Korean products with confidence by recording and managing whole distribution process from Korea to overseas consumer through blockchain. Currently, we are in business cooperation with JD.com in China and Shopee in Southeast Asia. And we plan to expand countries in connection with Japan, US, and the other countries. All products in this business are attached with the Korean government official QR code issued by Block Odyssey. So I believe that Block Odyssey can grow rapidly through this business. The reason why even the government is doing this business is because the market is so huge. In particular, a large number of fake products are occurring in the following industries and causing great damage to consumers. Block Odyssey paid attention to following three industries, and we are securing reference for the following global company in the industry. Finally, innovating the logistic process with blockchain can lead many change. Block Odyssey started as an anti-counterfeiting solution and expand to SCM solution. In the future, we are thinking to expanding into the financial market. It can be used as a financial infrastructure provided to banks by reliably securing data in the distribution process. The ultimate goal is to revolutionize the retail mortgage market. I hope that many partners will work together so that this dream can be realized. So thank you for listening for this long presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chang-Hak, for your great speech. Let's move on to our next speaker, Marie Tatibwe, the CMO at Gate.io.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much to Lihan for introducing me today. My name is Marie Tatibwe, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Gate.io. And today we are going to be talking about yield farming. It is something that came up in 2020, and it has been a growing trend ever since. So let's jump in. Let's start off by explaining what exactly yield farming is. It's a process that allows cryptocurrency holders to lock up their holdings and earn passive income, either with fixed or with variable interest. So the main idea is to lock up the funds in what we call a liquidity pool. And this liquidity pool contains funds, and they power the marketplace where users can exchange, borrow, or lend tokens. Once you've added your funds to this pool, then you officially become a liquidity provider, and you are eligible to earn fees on the pool that is being staked. So that is the definition. I have a graphic here to explain better. As you see, the lender deposits these crypto assets to the platform, and the platform goes and lends this crypto to the borrower. The borrower will be providing smart contracts to liquidate in case there is a repayment failure. And by doing this, then the platform is able to yield interest to the lender. So basically, you lock up the funds and you receive rewards in the process. And the reward can be far greater than traditional investments. But of course, higher rewards bring higher risks, especially in a very volatile market. The coin itself that you're yielding can be very volatile, but also you do have to be very careful, because in this space, you're not sure whether the platform is completely secure, and that definitely incurs a risk. So how did the frenzy begin? The yield farming frenzy started when Comp began the live distribution of Comp token in June of 2020. We were one of the first platforms to see and recognize what Comp was worth, and Compound has been able to reach over $600 million worth of total values locked. And it did overtake MakerDAO for the first time ever on DeFi making it the first protocol in DeFi by this measure in a matter of days. Yield farming did peak out in October 2020, and it really sent those Ethereum gas fees to record highs. We did die back down and saw Bitcoin's moment in the sun, but I do have to say yield farming is still going up, and that is one of the reasons we are seeing Ethereum network fees just skyrocket these days. So why is yield farming important? I think personally, if you're going to take one of these to generate passive, you do have to be able to lock everything up and follow. But once you master all of that, very easy, because the coin is just generated and sent over. And one of the amazing things, of course, is that you can earn as much as 100% APR on popular coins on a good day in the field. This is so significant. 100% is huge when you consider that banks will give you like 1%. So, we are seeing more investment there, And this is very important. We also see a lot of protocol teams incentivizing liquidity providers by distributing their own native token, like Uni, like Compound, and yeah, this is very attractive, obviously. Right now, we have a total block liquidity pool of $15 billion, and it is just growing day by day. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more where that came from, especially after we saw everything that happened with GameStop, because it is clear that decentralized platforms can operate in a way where there are not any financial incentives for platforms to close down. This is very significant. So the current top market participants we've seen, Warp Finance, for example. This is warping. Warp is unlocking additional value from liquidity provisioning tokens from Uniswap. So on Uniswap, you can go and provide liquidity, be a liquidity provider, but you can go and take those LP tokens that you're given when you become an LP provider, and then go and farm Warp as, you know, on top of that. We also have Badger. Badger has been very popular on Gate.io, and it is dedicated to bring Bitcoin to DeFi. This is very important because Bitcoin, you know, is not always so present in the Ethereum world, and this is a very important project to be able to bridge that gap. We also have Keeper DAO, Frax, SushiSwap, which is one of the biggest farms, and Gate.io did launch. We had launched our own AMM called Hippo DeFi, and we also on Gate.io have the HODL and EARN program, where you're able to participate in some of these yield farming and like really being able to earn passive income without having to do anything. We take care of everything on the back end. So I think this is like a great way to do things if you're more of a beginner and you don't want to go and get involved with the LP tokens. So what is a pool exactly? You should imagine a market for USDC and DAI. Those stablecoins are worth $1, for example. Platforms like Hippo DeFi would show that the tokens in any pooled market pair and their balance within the pool. So of course, usually when you start off, you aim to have a 1-to-1 ratio for the pool, but sometimes there are adjustments that are made. If the pool has 1 USD, for example, and 3 DAI, then you can put in 1 USD and receive 1.5 DAI. So in this way, you're able to make a 50-cent profit in the process. So what is good, obviously, is because there are a lot of tokens, the impact is negligible on, you know, this slippage that we're talking about. So, you know, AMMs for like Hippo have had a huge demand for users pooling in tokens, becoming liquidity providers. And in return, they own a share of the pool and they earn yield. So yeah, it's really farming on steroids. In liquidity mining, a liquidity provider gets a new token along with a yield return. So as the token increases in valuation, usually when the farm, the protocol becomes more and more popular, right? More users get attracted to the network, and this has, you know, a ripple effect. The term liquidity mining comes from the injection of liquidity from the investors who mine the tokens as a result. They're not mining it in a proof of work way like Bitcoin, but they're mining it, you know, in a very different way, which is then providing yield farming. These tokens can also give them voting power and access to higher rewards and interests, especially on decentralized platforms. Sometimes they decide to, you know, choose new coins where you can, you know, do liquidity mining there. So being able to have that voting power is important to go and choose them. And of course, the more money that they lock up in the platform, the more tokens they can receive, and the more rewards that they can obtain. So You can earn yield on non-DeFi tokens with HODL and Earn. On HODL and Earn, there is POS mining, where you don't have to lock up, and then there's the lockup functionality, and then there's a HODL and Earn functionality. So this feature really brings in lock and earn yield functionality to a variety of different tokens. We always have new ones coming on, so I really encourage you to go to gate.io and see which ones are ongoing. So the process is actually very simple. We just have a lot of new offers, and you can apply and lock up these specific tokens for a predetermined number of days. And upon successful lockup, the holder receives this percentage of rewards. Very, very simple. Here are some of the examples that we've seen. Some of them, like I said, here you see EOS is POS mining. A lot of them, for example, like YOP, is lock up and earn 120%. That's just a huge amount. We also have lockup for USDG, which is our stable coin, for example. And obviously, because it's a stable coin, this incurs a lot less risk, right? Because the volatility of this stable coin is close to nothing because it's a stable coin. So this is very good. Floating interest rate of 25%. Good luck finding a bank that's going to be able to help you find those kind of returns. We also saw Bird at 120% for 7 days as well. Also was incredibly popular. But the most popular was definitely Badger. Badger is an incredible project. I really recommend anyone to go and check it out. To participate in this project on Gate, users just needed to join, but they did not need to lock up funds. So this is really great because, it gives you more flexibility, and there was no handling fee. The annual interest rate of this was 200%. Of course, it was adjusted based on the amount of tokens that were mined, but this was distributed over 7 days, and is definitely like an all-time seller. So the yield farming pros, they're a great way to attract new investors to a project, especially if they can provide a generous APY. We do not charge listing fees on Gate.io, but we do negotiate, some tokens for the user. Everything that we negotiate is to be able to provide benefits to the user, and that is something that we negotiate with the projects before they are listed, before they do an IEO. So liquidity mining can exponentially increase your investments, especially if you have that really high APY. And anyone and everyone can participate and earn profits. So there's no discrimination there. I think it's a really interesting opportunity to invest in a new asset class. Now, the cons, in general, the platforms are kind of difficult to use for beginners unless you use a platform like Gate that does everything for you. If you are using a decentralized protocol, it's usually a little bit complicated, and it does incur risk, that is for sure. We do a lot of vetting of the projects. We act as kind of your safeguard in terms of doing like very high quality research. But when you use a protocol, and if you haven't done your research, then you open yourself up to a lot of risk. Of course, one of the other cons is that most of these platforms are Ethereum-based, which means that there are huge gas fees. But the DeFi space is constantly evolving. We're seeing a lot of interesting things happening on layer 2 solutions. And I think ETH 2.0 is also not going to be so far away. So we are probably going to see a lot of improvements there. In general, the platform tokens are usually very susceptible to massive pumps and catastrophic dumps, which is not sustainable. So you have to be very, very careful. Conclusion, yield farming can bring great innovation to the crypto world, is bringing great innovation to the crypto world. And it can bring tremendous profits for users. Not all participants, of course, are the same, and not all platforms are the same. They don't all incur the same level of risk or the same kinds of profits. So it's important that you make sure you choose the right platform for you and understand the terms of the stake. Thank you so much for joining me in my presentation about yield farming. My name is Marie Tadiwat, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Gate.io. And I recommend that you come and learn more about our HODL and EARN programs on Gate to enjoy all of those sweet, sweet profits that are just waiting for you to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie, for your speech. Let's move on to our next speaker, Jason Kim, the CGBO of Something. The topic will be presentation of something.
Hi everyone, my name is Jason from Something team, and I'm glad to meet you guys today. And thank you very much for giving me a chance to introduce Something project. To make it simple, Something is a blockchain-based social karaoke DF service. It allows everyone to sing for free and distribute fair and transparent rewards for the contents that are created by our users using blockchain technologies, such as smart contracts and wallets. I guess most people don't know how big the global karaoke market is. It is a $5 billion market in 2019, and it is expected to grow continuously by 2024. Something aims to achieve rapid sales growth as a market leader using our unique business model. According to a recent survey, 77% of people said that their life has changed since the global pandemic of COVID-19. Also, the decline of the offline karaoke business will be accelerated due to the spread of COVID-19. Something takes the current situation as our chance to expand our business, as we believe that the non-face-to-face market is going to grow as time goes by. The existing karaoke apps are facing a limitation on their continuous growth due to a few major issues. After 5 years of operating experience in the karaoke app service, our team found that around 80% of users leave the service once they realize that they have to pay money to use the service. Technical problems like the poor sound quality and the low user rewards for the contents are also the major reasons for user exit. We established an ecosystem for our users to be able to sing for free by adopting a blockchain token economy. Also, users can receive fair and transparent reward by Something token for the contents they create on the platform. On top of this, we spent a lot of time developing unbeatable sound quality, which is the most important criterion by which users choose karaoke service. This is our token economy. Basically, people can sing for free, no matter how many songs they sing. However, a one-time token deposit that will be refunded once they exit from the service is required to save the contents in their private folder. Once they share the contents by posting on the platform, each content will have a 2 weeks period to receive support and gift from other users by SSX token. At the end of 2 weeks of posting period, 50% of the total received tokens are rewarded to the singer who has the ownership of the content. And 20% is given to the users who donated the tokens for the singer within 1 week from the posting time, as they are the early contributors for the content. The last 30% belongs to Something platform so that we can use it to operate the service. All the support, gifts, and reward distribution histories are recorded on the blockchain network by smart contracts. As of January 2021, we achieved over 570K downloads, and more than one content per 1 minute is posted on the platform by our 390K plus registered users. Especially, something dominates over 50% among all the blockchain transactions on the Clayton mainnet, which means that our blockchain ecosystem has been verified to be working well by the users. We are also ranked on DApp.com as global number 9 DApp based on the number of transactions in 24 hours. We strongly believe that our token economy is working well, and we already achieved $640K in sales by the tokens in 2020. We have a service structure that generates more sales as users increase. We use Clayton blockchain mainnet for Korean and global users. Something is also on Clip wallet that was developed and is operated by the Clayton mainnet. Therefore, our users can store, send, or receive various digital assets, including our tokens, NFT cards, and many more using the Clip wallet service. Something is also an official partner of Line blockchain, and we are now developing independent service for the users in Japan. As some people may know, Japan is the origin country of karaoke culture, and it dominates more than 50% of the global karaoke market. We will target those karaoke users in cooperation with Line blockchain. Something was selected as today's app by Apple App Store, which is unusual for services that adopted blockchain. We also provided our online audition solution to JYP Entertainment, which is one of the leading top-tier labels in Korea. We also held various events, including the one called Singing at Home event, where our users can enjoy singing duet songs with 15 legendary Korean singers to support those who suffered from COVID-19. Since we launched our initial version, we continuously updated the service with a lot more features. So far, we carried out 98 updates for Android and 38 updates for iOS, including our latest update carried out on the 8th of February. As we aim to be a user-centric service, we always pay special attention to listen to the voice of our users when planning the next update schedule. We plan to implement various activities to expand the user's experience as well as enhance users' convenience. We also have many advancement plans that include applying AR avatar, emoji characters to the service, and AI curating features. To target the Japanese market, we will organize many interesting promotions in cooperation with Line blockchain team. Then we will expand the service into more Southeast Asian countries where K-pops and karaoke culture are popular. Something will penetrate into the Japanese market and target $3.4 billion of karaoke market that are expected to be turned into the online karaoke industry due to COVID-19 situations. We believe there is a lot of potential for something to be a popular mobile karaoke service among 48 million plus karaoke users in Japan, as there are no powerful competitors in the mobile karaoke industry. Starting with launch of Line blockchain-based something in Japan, we aim to achieve 1 million downloads by the first half of 2021. Also, we will grow as a #1 global entertainment DApp as we expand our service into more countries, such as Southeast Asian countries, Europe, and the US in the future. We will carry out our plans based on our great manpowers, including our CEO, who has 7 years of broad experience and know-how in a mobile karaoke service, and 27 team members who have more than 10 years of professional experience in each field. We look forward to your support and interest in our journey to grow into a global top-tier blockchain DM. Thank you for listening.
Welcome everyone. It's Synopsis 2021. Really greet everyone, summit viewers and participants. So my name is Maxim Suhanosik. I'm a part of Zengol. So this next speaker is going to be Eres Ben Kiki, the CEO of Tuki Network. The topic will be Tuki smart links, embedding blockchain with HTTP links. Welcome.
For having me here. It's really a pleasure and exciting to be part of this online event. Like the times of coronavirus 2021, we all switched to online, but I think it's much better because it's much more accessible to more people. I used to travel around the world between conferences of crypto in 2018. This is something that takes a lot of time and comes in on the time you need to work. And eventually the amount of speeches you can participate is very limited. When we moved to online, the possibilities became endless. So I would like to introduce Tuki. I'm Eres Ben Kiki, CEO and co-founder of Tuki, and also head of product. In this presentation, I would like to tell you about our project. Tuki started 4 years ago, almost in 2017, as a blockchain company with a patent that we created out of 4 patents that we have today. We are a layer 2 on top of the Ethereum blockchain. Today, we are a team of 17 team members from 8 countries. We have 5 products and 33,000 users. We launched the product on mainnet in May 2020, about 9 months ago, alongside our Tuki token that is now listed in about 10 exchanges, including Uniswap and Bitem Global and others. So what is Tuki? We at Tuki, what we do, we are taking the links, the HTTP links, and we embed them with Tuki protocol, our innovative technology that adding a hash into each link that automatically track and record all the addresses, the ERC addresses of all the people that share a specific link. What we know today, if you click on a link in some platform like Facebook, you will get UTMs or FBADs, which is tracking that attached to the link. We're replacing all this with a hash. And that hash contains all the addresses in the exact order of all the people that share the specific link, encrypted with our protocol. Not only that, this hash also contains the address of a specific smart contract that can contain rewards, information, data, liabilities, or anything else that we wish to build that is going to be integrated into that link. With this technology, what we built is the Tuki Network. Tuki Network is a platform for referrals. And the reason we went into the referral world, because we found out there is an empty space in this sector. Referral is one of the best and most competitive marketing method in the market, growing day to day. But it was and remains the game only of the big corporates, because you need to embed a code, a software, and create unique links for each person and have a financial payment system on top of it. With Tuki Smart Links, you can create referral links with no cost, no coding, no integration in less than 2 minutes. And it has all the payment settlement layer in it from day one, and it works globally. Today we have those 4 products. And let me start from the last one, actually, the Zoom Smart Session. This is a smart contract that adds crypto layer, crypto payment solution to any Zoom call. Tuki became the first ever project company, blockchain/crypto company, to get approval to be on the Zoom marketplace. Another product we have is for token sell. We can sell on the smart contract any ERC 777, 20, or 2031 tokens, donations, to collect crypto donations from anyone with a smart contract. All of them embedded with the Tuki protocol, where they give percentage of what the payment or what they collect to the referrers in the referral chain. The main product that we have, that we launched earlier this year, is the PPC Smart Links, where we can convert any link to be a smart link and reward people on a per pay-click model, the most common model of payment in the online advertising. This is the app. This is the Tuki network, and this is how I see it as I will be a user. I will see all the campaigns that I participated or clicked, all the rewards I earned. But the more interesting one is to see what would be my referral map. If I am the owner of the link, or if I am a person that shared the specific link. This is, for example, a real link that we shared and created some time ago. We wanted to promote the listing of the Tuki token on Bithumb Global, the exchange. What we see here is a full detailed referral map of the link distribution on the web. The first layer is our organic reach, which is somewhere about 100 people. But with the Tuki protocol and the Tuki incentives, from 100 people, we were able to reach eventually 936 people, generating 236 clicks, 97 of them approved clicks. As you can see, the referral map is very interesting. Some of the people are small influencers or any day person that can share this with 2, 3, or 5 people, but some of them are really big ones. Now, not only that we make empowering the link and empower them to reach more people, what we call the Tuki multiplier, growing your organic reach. Also, you can identify which are your best influencers. The difference in the color is between approved click, rejected click, non-approved click, people that are registered to Tuki and not registered. And this is the beautiful thing about, the second beautiful thing about our technology. Tuki also has a layer 2 on top of Ethereum. And what we do, the moment anyone is opening a Tuki link, if we are not detecting an ERC address on his device, we are creating one for him that is stored on our Plasma layer 2 and also on the local storage of his browser. By that, not only that we are allowing people to join crypto revolution, we are leaders in bringing mass adoption into crypto. The Tuki wallet, the Tuki network is connected with Tuki wallet, but Tuki wallet can be operated with many types of wallets. It can be connected to a ledger, a MetaMask, a Trust wallet, a Wallet Connect, but can also operate as a standalone wallet. Now, the beautiful thing about the Tuki wallet is one of the best features that we've launched earlier this year is the DEX marketplace. The Tuki wallet is connected with the top 3 DEXs in the world, Kyber, Uniswap, and 1inch. And you can swap each one of more than almost 600 tokens directly from within the wallet. What makes it a great aggregator to choose what will be your best DEX for the specific swap. But not on that, it makes it a better DEX because what you can also see is what is going to be your gas price in each one of the swaps. And this is a huge and very important factor in today's world with a huge gas price. Another great thing about Tuki wallet is that we are probably the first, or maybe the only non-custodian wallet in the world that has a two-factor authenticator. We made it by reverse engineering the way we are opening the wallet. You first opening the two-factor authenticator, and only then you are unlocking the wallet, making it a very secure wallet. You can read about us on our website, on about each one of the products that we have. And lately, we launched two new products, not even appearing on the website. We'll be there very soon. One of them is PPC Smart Links with no PPC reward, meaning anyone can create a smart link and reward people with reputation points that we are giving for participating and engaging on the Tuki network. And for this participation, people are receiving weekly rewards on weekly epochs in Tuki tokens, tracked here. So people always have the incentive to turn the link into a smart link a moment before they share it, not only for the financial reward and the analytics, but also to grow the reputation. Another great product that we're launching these days is embed code. The embed code will allow you to put a very short JavaScript on your website and add the Tuki referral modal to each one of your website pages. This product is mostly, we are mostly focused right now on publishers and HR. These are two verticals that found a lot of interest in the product, but we are exploring it to other verticals as well. Today, Tuki, as mentioned, 17 team members from 8 countries. And you can read more about us in our blog, open an account, or join our Telegram group, follow us on Twitter. All can be found on the website. Thank you very much for having us. I welcome you to, besides checking our website, also feel free to ask us any question that you like on our Telegram, and we will be more than happy to answer you. If you would like to have a personal demo on the product or to embed the Tuki refer and earn button on your website, please contact us as well. Thank you, Maxim, for having me.
Really appreciate Ares. It was a great speech. So the next speaker is Kirill Lapsky, he's a PR manager of Coffee.io, SMM manager at Cryptown. So the topic will be Coffee.io, multi-chain solution for business.
Okay, dear friends and colleagues, I'm a Coffee PR manager and Cryptown SMM manager, and I represent the Coffee multi-chain team. This blockchain is developed based on EOS.io software and has many significant advantages over the blockchain. The first is the high speed over 5,000 transactions per second with scaling opportunity. A transaction on the network takes only half a second, which allows users the blockchain in the most loaded applications and not wasting time on transactions. Secondly, there are almost limitless possibilities for implementing any ideas in a smart contract. The recently impossible applications for the blockchain, such as full-fledged strategies, 3D shooters, high-load databases used for any purpose, and so on, are becoming a real reality today. And example is the recently released beta version of the 3D shooter War DeFi, implemented on the modern Unreal Engine 4. The game runs in real time and doesn't experience any delay. Thirdly, there is no need to use a complex staking mechanism to carry out transactions. This is a very important point, since this mechanism makes the transactions cost utterly unpredictable, which hinders business development. So from mid-2029, we plan to introduce a small commission on the network, which will be burned in full, reducing the emission of the token and increasing its value. The cost of the commission on the network will be determined by the general vote of the producers of the network. That will allow regulating the cost of the commissions, avoiding a high rate on commissions, which could have aligned business and users. Until mid-2029, all transactions on the Coffee multi-chain network will be free. We have implemented the block production reward model, where the emissions of the CFF network token is limited to 20 billion CFF. So 5% of the emission was issued before the start of the network, the so-called pre-mining, and was directed mainly to blockchain development funds. The development team received only 1% of the emission, and 95% of the emission is paid and will be paid to block producers in the network until 2039. Annually, the remuneration for the production of blocks is reduced by 2 times. At the end of the mining, the commissions in the network will cease to be burned out and will be directed as a reward to the block producers, miners. So we are currently using a consensus base on the depose algorithm, but this year our own consensus algorithm based on decentralized random depose, decentralized proof of random select, is launched. This is fundamental step that makes our network available for block production to almost everyone. Thanks to the new consensus algorithm, our network will completely move away from the possibility of being captured by a group of producers, which could have led to a complete centralization of the network. Currently, our block manufacturers are both individuals and companies from different countries of the world, and the development team is gradually phasing out block production. And I would like to tell you a little about the atomic swap mechanism. So now the network circulates not only coins issued in the network, but also such coins as BTC, ETH, USDT, US, TRX, BNB, presented in the form of swap tokens. A swap token is issued at the moment the transaction of the corresponding token is confirmed to the corresponding wallet, thereby entering the Coffee network. It can be paid within the network like any other token, without commissions, without delays. In half a second, you can transfer Bitcoin, Ether, and many others. Withdrawing the corresponding token to the appropriate network is just as easy. The token in the Coffee network is burned and transaction is made from the hot wallet to the address specified by the user. The number of supported network is growing steadily. One more important development of our team is the Coffee One decentralized exchange. The exchange was launched quite recently, but trading is already underway on it. Work on the UI interface of the exchange continues, but its contract is fully completed. For the development of the DeFi project of the exchange market maker, the team raised around 100,000 within 24 hours. There are plans to list several projects issued on the Ethereum and Tron blockchain. Shortly, several more projects will be launched on the network, including CryptoWeed.one, a game that simulates cannabis breeding. A large audience is already awaiting this game, believe me. So Crypto Hero Season 3 was launched on January 29 and has already collected a pool of reward over $37,000. We have a bot in the Telegram Messenger that allows us to distribute tokens to users for social activity. Really interesting thing. The number of bot users is growing steadily, which can be very interesting for young projects that need to create their own community in social networks. This project becomes doubly interesting since the distribution of tokens to the community on the Ethereum network is currently very expensive. Considering the cost of transactions on the Ethereum network, on average over $20, it will cost more than $20,000 to distribute just 1,000 people. So you can bring tokens to our network in one transaction, which will cost only $20. This distributes them to your users for free, but the transfer of coins from the Coffee network to Ethereum network will become the task of the users. Moreover, the token can be included in the DAX listing of Coffee One, which will allow users to trade coins without commissions, exchange coins for coins of other networks, and withdraw the received proceeds through the Tron or EOS blockchains for almost free. Therefore, the Coffee blockchain can be used as a decentralized multi-currency wallet. That's all.
Let's move on to our next speaker, Asmund Hui, the head of sales at Probit Exchange. The topic will be Probit Exchange Road to Prominence.
Everybody, hi, I'm Asmund from Probit Exchange. I'm very happy to be here to participate in the Synopsis 2021. I thank the organizers for having me here. Today, I'm happy to share with you what is Probit Exchange, how we have grown through the years, and what we envision ourselves to become in the next few years to come. So here we are, Probit Exchange. We are a Korean-based exchange based out of Seoul, South Korea. We have been established since November 2019. So we've been around for slightly over 2 years. This is our 3rd year. When Probit first started, it was founded by 2 South Koreans, very reputable individuals in their very own rights. Hyun-soo, the CEO of Probit Korea, he was an ex-partner at the largest law firm in Kim & Chang, one of the largest law firm in Korea. He was a partner there for the last 20 years, and he decided to leave his job to start this exchange with the co-founder and CTO of Probit, Steve Wu. Steve is a very interesting character. He's a tech guy. He has multiple exits in his previous startups, and currently he sits on top of Probit, watching after the tech infrastructure of our entire exchange. So everything was built from scratch by Steve and his team. Today we are a team of about 70 to 80 people, comprising of business side, marketing side, tech side, and we even have accounting, monitoring, and different AML teams involved in making sure that we are a safe, fair exchange for any users to use our platform. So that is a brief overview of what Probit is. Let me take you through the slides. So we are obviously on multiple platforms, CoinGecko being one. We are also on CMC. Both platforms have pretty good ratings for us. We are ranked among the top 20, top 30s. And you know, if you look at volume, liquidity, web traffic, the number of coins that we are listed on, the number of markets, we are all in pretty good rankings. So overall, I would say that Probit currently would be top 6 in Korea. Some say we are top 4. We are right behind Upbit, Bitsum, maybe Coin1 and Corbit, but we are pretty much there. We have grown tremendously over the years, building a lot of different partnerships with projects. We have also been very good in acquiring new users from all around the world. Korea is definitely one of our biggest markets that we are in at the moment. A bit about our accomplishments over the last 2 years. As you can see on CMC and CoinGecko, we are usually top 20, top 30. And this is ranked by web traffic and basically other matrices such as volume, the number of markets we are on, and the number of clicks that we have on a daily basis. One very important thing about Probit would be the IEOs that we do. IEO is one of our trademark products that we have on Probit Exchange. We have done IEOs since 2 years ago. As of now, we have done IEOs for more than 100 projects. In total, I think the number is more like 200 rounds of IEOs now. IEO is basically initial exchange offering. What we do is we allow projects to raise funds before the listing happens on Probit Exchange. So the fundraising the fundraising process is very much like those that you see in ICOs back in those days. except that projects that are listed on Probit for IEOs are definitely, they have gone through a thorough vetting process, due diligence process conducted by our team to ensure that the projects that we list are credible, reliable, and suitable for a wide range of investors. Apart from IEO, of course, we also do the standard listings. Listing has become very popular in Probit Exchange over the last few years. As of today, we have listed more than 500 tokens, and we are actively involved in across more than 1,000 different markets, and users can feel free to explore and enjoy different trading pairs on our exchange. Our users numbers have grown throughout the years. As of today, we have almost 300,000 monthly active users. This is across over 1 million registered users that we have on our platform. So again, this is the web traffic that we have. You can check that out. So these numbers are slightly outdated. Like I said, we are at about 500 coins now, and in almost 1,000 different markets. These two are one of our two IEOs that we have done back in 2019. Spin Protocol, a Korean project. They did very well. That was our first IEO. They raised 700 grand. And then Bolt was an American project. They raised $1 million. That was also back in 2019. More recently, we have another project called Smart Key. Smart Key is a European-based project. They raised in total $1.5 million on our exchange sometime November 2020. So I think that is something that we are quite proud of. So this is sort of our journey since we started the exchange in 2019. So 2019, we only had Probit.com. It was purely coin. And then very quickly, 1 month later, we launched Probit.kr, and Probit.kr is now the Korean exchange of Probit. It has the fiat gateway whereby Koreans can easily deposit KRW1 from their bank account to our bank account and have easy access to that on our exchange. And they can easily purchase BTC, ETH, or any tokens that you can imagine just with KRW. And then in April, we were fortunate enough to strike a partnership with CoinMarketCap, and that was how we got listed. By May, we would have completed a number of IEOs. And then currently, we are, of course, at 2021. We have completed listing of 500 coins. So in 2021, our goal has been slightly tailored a little bit. We are in for 1,000 tokens in total. So there's 500 more to come. I think we definitely have the capacity to accommodate all of these tokens, not just from a technical point of view, but also the ability to attract new projects to be listed on the Korean exchange like us. I think our business team is definitely more than qualified to accomplish something like that. In 2021, we will also start to introduce new products. We will start to introduce new gateways, new fiat gateways. At the moment, it is only KRW, but in 2021, we will open up our exchange for USD deposits, Euro deposits, and so on and so forth. I'm extremely excited for this year. Okay, so this takes us to why do projects even come to us for IEO? I think it's very clear that there are not many IEO platforms these days. Last year we saw a lot of them, but a lot of them has already shut down. They stopped doing IEO. It wasn't profitable for the exchange nor the users, so it had to come to an end. For us, it is very simple. What we do is we are very cost efficient, number one. We do not charge a high price for IEO, and we ensure that whatever we do, whatever actions that we take are in the best interest of the project. And I think when it comes to being project friendly, Probit would be number one. The other thing is something that I've touched on. There are not many competition for IEOs these days. There are probably Binance, but of course, you know, Binance does about 3 IEOs a year, so you can't possibly be on their queue. KuCoin, OKX, they have stopped IEOs for a while now. So when it comes to exchanges that have a good track record of IEOs, whether it's security or whether it's the success rate, I think that is where Probit comes to mind. We have done, like I said, more than 100 projects for IEO now. Most of them, in fact, 99% of them have raised more money than the fees that they paid us, and I can safely say that the ROI of each IEO is in the range of 5 to 10x. Listing is also included for our IEOs. So after the IEO is done, we move on to a listing where investors can get liquidity, where projects can get more users when it comes to trading. And not to forget, the most important part is we dedicate a big amount of resources into marketing for our IEOs. This marketing is not just done in-house, but it is also done through the work of our partners, our marketing agents, our marketers, news agencies, media outlets, so on and so forth. So Probit over the last 2 years have grown a lot through our very active strategy to attract global projects. So when we got into the market in 2019, Korean exchanges usually work with Korean community. They work around with Korean users, Korean projects, Korean marketing agents, Korean YouTube, Korean language, right? So when we came into the space, we thought that we're gonna do something different. We're gonna be all around the place. We're gonna be explosive. We're gonna be disruptive. And we thought that the best way to get it done would be to go global. So right now, I think our strategy has paid off. The strategy to be the bridge between every country outside of Korea and Korea. So we have done very well by bringing in global projects that are based in China, Russia, Brazil, Indonesia, USA, Canada, Africa, Australia, you name it, and got them to come into Korea, to do marketing in Korea, to grow their community in Korea, and slowly to attract traders, investors, and different speculators or different stakeholders in the ecosystem. And we have done that very well. As of today, you can see our top 5 markets are Korea, China, Russia, Brazil, Indonesia. Vietnam is definitely 6. I can think of. We are pretty big in some South American countries as well, not just in Brazil. Our Spanish community is growing very rapidly. So is the French and Turkish. As of today, we have more than 10 different Telegram channels maintained in different languages and supported by our locals, our local community managers. So what is next for Probit Exchange? I think we have already been pretty strong globally. We have footprints all around the world, mainly in those countries that I've mentioned. But we have yet to been able to have a footprint, have a physical office in any of those countries. At the moment, the physical office is only in South Korea. I think in 2021 or 2022 to come, we will definitely set up offices, physical offices in other countries. we will definitely need to acquire licenses to operate. We want to be more regulated, and we have done so in our pursuit of certain licenses in certain jurisdiction. So I think that is something that we need to work on very heavily, even during this bull run. And then, of course, there is also the product development side that we are looking to offer to our users. Margin and lending is something that is definitely very important for any exchange out there. So is P2P OTC platform. This will be the new products that we are excited to launch sometime in 2021, 2022. And from my side is really the partnership that I'm in charge of. So a bit about myself. I used to work in a family office back in Singapore, ICH. Over there, I started learning about blockchain, cryptocurrencies. I started understanding the different players in the space. I started building my network of friends, stakeholders, partners, and so on and so forth. I brought the knowledge here to Probit Exchange. I brought my network along with it. And for me now, as the head of strategic partnership in Korea, in Probit Exchange, the goal is really to build more partnerships with different people. It could be an exchange. It could be a marketing agent. It could be a market maker. We have done so with top market making firms in the world. It could be with another fund. We have very strong partnerships with different funds around the world. A lot of funds have shown very good interest in investing, even in our projects after the IEOs. So my job here is really to expand on this partnership that I'm involved in. Over the next 6 to 12 months, I will be focusing on partnerships with different third-party players, such as trading bots, fiat gateways, more projects, more marketing agents, more market makers, and altogether, I hope that we can build a strong ecosystem, a strong community, and I'm sure we have a lot to stand to gain, not just from Probit, but also from our potential partners as we continue to grow our network of partners, not just within Korea, but expanding globally. And surely, I'm happy to say that we will be here for the years to come. We will continue to work hard to improve our exchange. We will continue to improve our services, and we will continue to onboard more and more projects, more and more users, and we will continue to strive to be the most relevant exchange in this industry. Thank you. I'm done for my presentation. If you have any more questions, please hit me up on LinkedIn or Telegram. My name is Esmond Hui. Thank you for your time.
Imagine a lake with clear water and unpolluted air. Imagine a website with real news and no hidden, unlabeled, sponsored articles masquerading as real news. That place exists, and it's called Be in Crypto, the first and only cryptocurrency news portal to provide complete transparency and honest news. Pure, relevant, informative. Are you in?
Current revenue-generating methods don't allow publishers and businesses to offer an enjoyable, ad-free browsing experience. We need a new solution that brings everything together to benefit businesses and users alike. That's why we made Gather. Gather is a blockchain-based network that improves the online experience for users, generates additional revenue for publishers, reduces cloud computing costs for enterprises, and makes running a proof-of-work blockchain easier. Instead of spamming users with ads to generate revenue, Gather runs in the background of your site, and with each user's consent, aggregates their idle processing power. Then it distributes said power to enterprises for cloud computing and to developers for cryptocurrency mining. Publishers receive payment in cryptocurrency or fiat, users get to enjoy an ad-free browsing experience, and developers deploy their secure blockchains without the need to find new miners. Ultimately, it's a virtuous cycle that radically changes digital monetization and revenue generation to provide a superior experience for the end user. Join Gather today to be a part of the future.
The next speaker is Reggie Gerard, CEO at Gather Network. He will be speaking on the up-and-coming topic about the DeFi and exchange monetization with Gather. Let's welcome Reggie.
Thanks, Marie. Thank you for having us. My name is Reggie, and I'm the founder and CEO of Gather. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you again. So Gather is a platform that allows websites and applications to monetize without using ads, and provides enterprise and developers a cheaper form of cloud computing. How is this done? Is that when you visit a website that has Gather enabled, you're going to donate a small portion of your processing power, less than what it would take to view an ad, essentially, and that's going to be resold onto enterprises and developers as a cheaper form of cloud computing compared to, let's say, AWS or Azure. And this also powers the Gather ecosystem as well. So that's basically what kind of Gather is and what we do. Now, I want to talk about some of the topics or that what we've been working on recently. There's quite a few things that we've been working on. I think one of the most important things is NFTs. Gather is a multi-layered ecosystem. So what does that really mean? There's a layer 1 and there's a layer 2. So you have layer 1 for finality and all settlements, and you have a layer 2 for speed and transaction speed, right? And we do this via merge mining specifically. So on our layer 2, or our Gather child chains, as we like to call them, we're going to be deploying NFTs. And this is going to be our first child chain. And the reason for these NFTs is that we have a lot of masternode holders. If familiar, we have 80 masternodes that are going to be allocated till mainnet, which provides about 6% of gross profits to masternode holders, along with 50% APY pre-mainnet. So these masternodes have all sold out very quickly, extremely quickly. I believe 22% or so of our supply is currently locked in these masternodes. And what these NFTs are going to do is that all masternode holders will be airdropped an NFT. This NFT can then be traded on our Gather child chain platform or the NFT platform, and they can trade in and out of their masternodes. They don't have to go and sell them. They don't have to go and close out the masternodes. They don't have to sell the tokens on market. They can just get their value back by selling the NFT itself. So this unlocks a lot of liquidity and value for people. That's something we're doing that's very exciting with NFTs right now. And I personally believe NFTs are a very, very exciting space. A few other things is to mention what Gather is doing with DeFi. For example, we can monetize DeFi apps. Now, what do I mean by this? I'm going to take an example of a partner called Ferrum. So Ferrum provides staking technology. They do a lot, but one of their services is staking technology that they provide to a lot of other companies. So Gather has partnered with Ferrum, and what we're going to do with them is that any website or any partner or Ferrum or client can use Gather to monetize. And what happens there is that we add their token as a payout method. So when you're earning, as a website owner, earning, let's say 1,000 Gather or $1,000, you can actually get paid out in Ferrum. So that's, if you zoom out and think about that, that adds a lot of value. I'm spending time on Ferrum.com. I'm doing my interacting with staking contracts for, maybe LP, liquidity provisions, etc. And for my time being spent there, I'm actually earning Ferrum tokens because we've added Ferrum as a payout token, and there's a feature called a loyalty program. That's a very, very exciting space that we're working on and expanding as well. Another aspect which I want to touch on a little bit is the exchange monetization. I think this is very, very big and a competitive advantage for exchanges. So we have a partner called Crypto Locally, which is a P2P exchange, right? So person to person. Think of Binance P2P, for example, right? So we've partnered with them. So every time you're spending time on Crypto Locally, doing whatever trades you want, right? We've added their give token as a payout method and enabling the loyalty program. Any amount of time you're spending there, you're earning give tokens. So in one sentence, just to make people understand how powerful that is, you are earning their native exchange tokens for spending time there because of Gather. I think that's a very, very powerful competitive advantage for any exchange out there. And we're talking, we've been talking to quite a few, but Crypto Locally is on. They participated in our UI demo a while back as well. We can have links sent over, etc. Yeah, just kind of couple of closing points about Gather and where we are. We had a oversubscribed private sale last year, and we've been, we're listed on multiple markets right now, and we have a very interesting price action, is a right way to say, in the last couple of weeks and months, as what the bull market usually brings. And we're supported by a very fantastic team that's ever growing. We're always hiring. If you're looking, to apply to a fast-growing blockchain startup, please do visit our website. We're looking for blockchain engineers. We're looking for community managers. We're looking for marketing people. We're always trying to hire great talent. And you'd be joined by some of the best people in the industry itself, from our core team to our advisory board to our engineers that are already there. People who have worked at the likes of Status. One of our advisors is from Redstone Capital, one of an up and coming VC right now. NCR, NOV, MSL, Publicis Group. Well, it's a very stacked team we have, and we're always looking to hire more people and get more people on our team. And if anyone's interested, please do visit our website and apply. Thanks, guys. Pleasure to be here. Over to you.
Our next speaker is Sanwoon Lee, manager of Berry Culture. He will be speaking about auction platform with transparent donation. Welcome, Sanwoon.
Hello, I would like to take the opportunity to briefly introduce myself before I move on to discuss our project. My name is Sanwoon Lee. I am an international manager for Berry Culture, which is developing the auction platform Berry Store. We are different from a normal auction house because we donate a portion of our proceeds to charity. Many of you are not familiar with our application, Berry Store. Here is a video clip about our application. After this video, I will introduce you further. As you see from the video, Berry Store sells items chosen by YouTubers, sports stars, and many other types of celebrities. After the transaction completes, a portion of proceeds is donated to a charity. Berry Store released the item talent for sale on our application a person buys item and talent using our inside currency called V-Point. V-Point can also be purchased with credit cards. After an auction goes through, celebrities gets paid a small gratuity. A charity gets a donation, and Veristor keeps a small portion to cover cost of operation. Veristor's auctions of items in a conventional way, but talents are sold using a different method. Since it is an event that a celebrity involved, to adjust the meeting place and meeting time, the transaction will be completed using a sequence of submit, select, and execute. According to the gratuity paid to the celebrities, 10% to 90% of profits will be donated to NGO. Veristor has the required infrastructure to process both donations from stars who are donors and their fans who are buyers. Stars can donate without having to make a monetary donation, and users get the opportunity to bid on these items. Users also can receive residual rewards, which will be mostly free berry from accessing the site. A positive reputation is necessary for celebrities. They use donation as a way to improve their public image. For this reason, many celebrities donate to charities. They contribute to society by donating and volunteering. However, donations are not as effective as they once were for improving reputation because the public's perception towards donation is often negative. Many celebrities have been participating, and promoting their good deeds through social media. If a celebrity makes a contribution that is too small, however, it is possible that they may become a target of blame for being greedy. Another reason people don't trust donation is that many NGOs have been accused of embezzlement and other malpractice. This graph is based on a survey conducted by Statistics Korea. They asked people who have donated in the past but haven't recently what the reason was for not donating. In 2019, they found nearly 15% of people listed their reason not donating as a mistrust towards charity organizations. These cases have followed public sentiment on charity organizations, and the number of people who refuse to donate is growing, as is evident from the decline in donation percentages in Korea. Veristor is based on blockchain technology. This allows the flows of donation proceeds to be recorded in the public ledger. This means that the currency itself acts as a receipt in the transactions made. If people suspect malpractice or embezzlement, they can check the public ledger to make sure that it is being appropriately used. This eliminates the possibility of misuse and should decrease suspicion towards donation. We adopted our own token called Berry. The Berry uses blockchain technology. Veristor fundraises donations on its own and donates 10% to 90% of revenue generated using its Berry to deliver the donation proceeds to a charity organization. After Veristor delivers the proceeds to the charity organization, they will liquidate our coins through an exchange. And Veristor will also disclose the amount of money that organization makes through liquidation. When a donation is made, our Veristor representative will visit a place where donation takes place and disclose donation details through social media with photos. Making the donation process completely transparent using blockchain technology and press release, Veristor wants to introduce a new donation mechanism that ensures a positive reputation to celebrities and positive reception by fans. Currently, there are more than 50 celebrities working with Veristor. The number of celebrities joining Veristor has been steadily increasing and is expected to continue to grow in the future. With more celebrities joining the platform, more fans join too. The benefits for celebrities are obvious, but there are also opportunities for fans. Many fans want to and are willing to pay for anything related to their favorite celebrities. Berry Store mediates celebrities' items and talents so the fans can access their favorite stars in real life. Users not only receive their favorite star's item, but also contribute to building their favorite star's good reputation through purchase and donation. Berry Store app's cumulative download reaches 12,000 as of January 13th, 2021, increased approximately by 50% from the previous month. Berry Store's remarkable features that satisfy both fans and celebrities' needs synergistically drag many fans and celebrities into our application. Those users logging on to the application have an opportunity to earn Berry through various promotions in the application, such as playing roulette, finding codes from videos from Berry Store YouTube channel, and claiming everyday prizes. Users can liquidate Berry at an exchange, but we offer various services that users can enjoy with Berry. First, users can directly donate Berry to charity organization. In order to see more people donate to charity, we offer a charity promotion that Berry Store gives rewards to 5 biggest donors, and donors are entered into a drawing to have a chance to win prizes. Second, users can sponsor their favorite celebrities who have donated items and talents to Berry Store. 20% of the Berry used to sponsor celebrities will be burned, and the other 80% of Berry will be sent to celebrities' wallets. Third, users can draw a lucky box with Berry. Lucky box includes donated items and talents from celebrities and companies. Winners of the prizes will be randomly drawn. The participation fee to enter the draw is 20 Berry. Only Berry can be used to participate. For users who are not familiar with Berry, it is easily accessible and not complicated to use. We offer various promotions that users get Berry as rewards. Launched on January 11th, the Lucky Box recorded an approximate 40% participation rate in 9 days. It has been very popular among users. Berry Store will donate 80% of the total Berry received from the Lucky Box. We will burn the leftover 20% of proceeds. The Lucky Box gives an easy way for users to begin using Berry. It creates a more active platform. It draws in more users and increases the value of Berry. Other than those services, we are currently preparing more services to circulate the token inside the application. By giving users a chance to earn and use Berry, we create a more active and reliable token ecosystem. We are currently listed in Probit Korea Exchange. On February 18th, our coin will also be listed in Copax Exchange. We are preparing to list other global exchanges for international users. Foreign users just need to buy Berry tokens from global exchanges and send it to the Berry Store wallet to use services. Berry Store uses social media sites to advertise. We reveal updates for our application, upcoming auction, and promotions. When Berry Store received items sponsored by brands and companies, Berry Store pursues inclusive growth by promoting the brands and items information using media such as YouTube, PPL, press release, blogs, etc. A place where you can get K-pop and K-culture celebrities goods. A place where you can get an opportunity to interact with your fans. A place to fundraise donation and donate transparently. Berry Store is connecting celebrities and fans using blockchain technology and seeks an opportunity to enter the global market. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker is Jacob Kim, COO at Signal. He will be introducing Signal Global Cryptocurrency Exchange. Very fascinating. Welcome, Jacob.
Hello, thank you for being here. I'm Jacob Kim, the Chief Operation Officer of Syrian Exchange, who will be hosting the speech today. Before joining the Syrian team, I served as the Chief of Strategy Planning and Operating Manager in the Korean Cryptocurrency Exchange, and is currently working for the Syrian team to develop the Syrian Exchange into the world's #1. Today, the objective of my presentation is introduction of Syrian Global Exchange, which is moving forward with a new concept in a new country. Mahatma Gandhi said is the future depends on what we do in the present. We are currently developing a variety of functions and strong security to create a future-oriented exchange, and we have sought hard to create an exchange suitable for the fourth industrial revolution, and we will soon be seeing it. By the end of presentation, I hope you join the Syrian Exchange. Most countries have established regulations and policies on cryptocurrency, managed and supervised to prevent illegal and negative transactions. And this has led to an era in which only legitimate exchanges can survive under the government system. In order for cryptocurrency market to become more mature in the future, exchanges should comply with inter-institutional transactions and operate at the same level as the financial sector for strong system security and privacy. Syrian Exchange is the first exchange to comply with the policies and regulations of the Kazakhstan government and to be approved by the government. We protect our customers' assets with a multi-purpose security system and block illegal and negative transactions through KYC AML solution. We are also preparing to issue to non-face-to-face virtual bank account to those who join the Syrian Exchange through a partnership with bank in Kazakhstan. Okay, it's a part of an article on the establishment of an exchange in Forbes Kazakhstan magazine. The Syrian Exchange has partnered with GXT Tech, which owns high blockchain technology. Also listed at the Astana International Finance Center in Kazakhstan, and will provide service to Central Asian countries including the US, Europe, Korea, China, and Japan. The gentleman on the screen is Henry Kim, who is founder of the Syrian Entity Limit, and he concluded, the biggest feature for our exchange is that it is very safe for global users to use cryptocurrency transactions, and the virtual accounts can be provided through online, non face-to-face to foreigners through bank in Kazakhstan. In a sense that many overseas cryptocurrency traders can conveniently purchase and exchange crypto, we expect a large influx of crypto traders in a short period of time. Syrian Exchange comply with KYC AML policies to secure traders' assets. The functions and services provided by Syrian entity are expected to revive Kazakhstan's domestic economy. In particular, Kazakhstan will be able to provide service to international finance transactions as well as loan online and offline. In addition, the company will set up infrastructure for simple payment system. In an article in the Cointelegraph, the content of the article is similar to that of Forbes magazine. So it says January 2021 service open, but the official service delivery has been delayed to the end of February to provide a more powerful security and easy to use platform. This is a brief introduction to the company. The company name is Signal and NT Limited and located in Astana International Finance Center. The cryptocurrency exchange is our main business and the homepage address is signex.com. Also, you can see the official certificate of Astana International Finance Center. We protect customer digital asset and privacy with high security system and provided through a contract with a proven global wireless solution specialist. We provide safe transaction using validated KYC AM solution. We allow accounts not only for individuals, but also for corporations, allowing corporations to exchange cryptocurrency in cash at low fees. For stable investment by members, we will only be listed on coin with proven project. This is a brief history of company. Signal and NT was established on July 18, 2020, and was approved to establish a cryptocurrency exchange by the Kazakh government on October 3. And we entered into a strategic alliance with Jungle on December 15, and 3 days later, a strategic alliance with HLabs. We are planning to offer the official service at the end of February 2021. This is an organization chart of the company. There are 1 CEO and 4 officers, and it consists of 6 departments, including marketing team. For the convenience of Signal Exchange members, SEA team operating 24 hours a day. We support our language English, Russian, Korean, Japanese, and Chinese, so we can provide better service to users in many countries. Signal Exchange uses our high technology to protect users. First, a warning message is sent to the administrator when it is detected by the FTA system through a security method that collects various information from members to create patterns, captures abnormal payments different from patterns, and block payment paths. The manager checks whether the transaction is abnormal or not and send a confirmation message to the member to process the transaction normally if there are no problems. Second, we comply with the regulation of GDPR and ISO 27701 for privacy protection and has established and certified processes for that. Third, security systems are developed to allow security authentication through primary domain SSL authentication and access control through secondary AWS security group inbound restriction, block access to internal networks through the third public and private server isolation, and block to hacking in the middle with encryption of false data. To ensure safe transactions on the Signal Exchange, we have developed a system to prevent multiple hacking as described above. Signal Exchange is preparing for the following certification to provide stable service, comply with government approval and regulation, and operating on exchange with public confidence. Firstly, to protect your asset and ensure the transparency of financial transaction with compliant international standard, we apply stronger KYC solution. Secondly, the Signal Exchange sends specific information of individuals to the International Anti-Money Laundering Organization during the membership registration phase, check whether they are blacklisted, and process approval for membership if there are no problem. And it also monitors all transactions in real time, reject transactions if any abnormalities such as money laundering or terrorist financing are found, and imposes user restriction such as strict limit on transactions. Third, Signal Exchange is the first exchange approved by the Kazakh government, so the cryptocurrency exchange fees in Kazakhstan and CIS countries will be proceed. And financial and cryptocurrency regulations are in accordance with the European Union. We will provide various services to facilitate the convenience and transaction of exchange members. We are preparing to provide virtual bank account now face-to-face to customers subscribed to Signal Exchange members through contact with bank in Kazakhstan. Members who have issued virtual bank account can make tenge transactions, and overseas remittance transactions can be made with Kazakhstan bank when registering the member's national bank. Tenge is a fiat currency of Kazakhstan. Also, you can sign up as a corporate member. We will proceed with KYC certification for actual users and executives, and will proceed with KYB certification to provide fair transactions. We provide community messenger for each cryptocurrency listed. Through messenger, real-time communication between members who have the same cryptocurrency is possible, which allows them to communicate freely without the regulation of the foundation that runs the crypto project, allowing them to check faster information like price, event, staking, etc. This is introduction of Signal Exchange platform. The main screen provides information on listed coin and markets on the exchange. You can check real-time price information, fluctuation, and transaction volume of coins at a glance. On the trading screen, you can buy and sell pairs of transactions listed on the Signal Exchange, and you can easily make transactions through the graphs provided. This screen is about deposit and withdrawal. You can check the asset details on the screen, also check the wallet address for each cryptocurrency and offline for deposit and withdrawal. The reference screen follows you, The reference screen allows you to create and verify a referral link to invite friends. Signal Exchange pays back some of fee incurred by friends who have joined the exchange as a referrer, and offers a discount on transaction fee to members who invite more than a certain number of friends. And we've already covered the community chat function in detail, so we'll move on. So this is staking screen. You can check the entire list and the staking daily schedule in progress, and finish it on staking screen. On the detailed screen, you can check the staking due and last dividend date and dividend plan, and can apply for staking. Signal Exchange provides financial service to the exchange key currency and linking digital bank accounts. QR login is possible using the payment function, and payment can be made simply entering the store name and payment amount through the exchange wallet. We will issue debit card to Signal Exchange members through contact with bank and credit card companies. You need to have an account with the Bank of Kazakhstan in order to get the card issued. You can withdraw cash through the ATM device. Also, you can use debit card in affiliate. The debit card can be used within the limit of 60% of the key currency held according to the exchange membership level. Signal Exchange uses XKGT as a key currency, unlike traditional exchange using US dollar. XKGT is similar to Tether in character. XKGT is a stablecoin based on ERC20 and is not listed on other cryptocurrency exchanges, but can only be traded within the Signal Exchange. Therefore, we base the value and exchange rate of XKGT, and the value may change depending on whether other exchanges are listed. XKGT follows Tenge's exchange rate, and various cryptocurrency Transactions are possible in XKCT markets. You can also withdraw XKCT like a cash through a non-face-to-face virtual account. Depending on the amount of XKCT you have, you can receive a variety of benefits and participate in many futures events on the exchange. We have a partnership with many Kazakh banks for exchange members. We will provide the following service through strategic partnership with banks. Issue a non-face-to-face virtual account. In addition, we will issue debit card to members who have issued virtual accounts and jointly proof payment business in Kazakhstan. We expect the following impacts according to the strategic partnership agreement with bank. As the number of non-face-to-face virtual accounts issued on the Signal Exchange increases, the number of bank account subscribers increase at the same time. The amount of foreign currency deposit increases as the trading volume of the exchange increases. Profits from deposit and withdrawal fee are generated, and profit from overseas remittance fee are generated. As Signal Exchange registers multinational members, global promotion effects can be provided. Okay. Based on 10,000 members in 2021, we plan to hold 100,000 members by 2025, increasing by 20,000 each year. Due to the increase in trading volume according to the increase in the number of members, the transaction volume will expect to increase to $10 billion in 5 years. Signal Exchange has various visions and will make great effort to implement them. We plan to increase the transaction volume with the aim of entering the top 10 global exchanges, attracting 100,000 members, conducting the payment business, and providing service to more than 10 countries around the world, including CIS countries. Through this goal, our ultimate goal is to establish a global investment company. Finally, we are going to look at the roadmap for the Signal Exchange. We started developing the exchange in the third quarter of 2020. We opened the pre-membership in the first quarter of 2021 and are preparing for the grand opening. In the second quarter of 2021, we will start developing the exchange advancement, including futures trading, and in the third quarter of 2021, we will provide the upgrading service. In the first quarter of 2022, we will provide the easy payment service and expand the exchange service country to all CIS countries. Today, I have shown Signal Global Exchange to you. So, Bitcoin's market price has recently $40,000. Just 11 years ago, the Bitcoin's value was very low. In May 2010, Hanyas, a resident of Florida, took business in exchange for 10,000 Bitcoin. This is a very famous story, in which Bitcoin's value has now increased more than 8 million times compared to that time. As such, cryptocurrency trading is no longer a worthless investment. How about you start trading your cryptocurrency asset on the Signal Global Exchange, which offers strong security and convenient features? Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Let's move on to our next speaker, Armisan Roberto, the co-founder and angel investor at Synopsis Studio. The topic will be Digital China, or how David turned into a Goliath.
Lihan, thank you so much for this fantastic introduction. This is my very pleasure to join the talk. I truly thank you, the organizers, for putting this show together. I have been in China for almost 5 years, and my name is Amir. I'm a co-founder of Synopsis, and during the 5 years of my tenure in China, its digital infrastructure, the components that are evolving, truly inspire me to dive deep into its entire digital infrastructure. And pretty much everything what I'm going to be talking about is entirely based on the facts and my personal perspective and no one else's. If you allow me kindly, I would walk you through what I have learned, where it's all going, and how I see the future and the pure perspective for tech and blockchain and DeFi projects that have some kind of interest to get into the Chinese market. So what is the brief history of China's digital infrastructure like? It all goes back to 1990s when the world was opening up for the internet. Both the West and the East were exploring the promise it delivers. And the China has started with the Great Firewall, which had one specific purpose: control, filter, and censor the information. Since the Tiananmen Square, and today we could think about the Arab Spring, the challenges and political issues in Ukraine and Belarus. And China had learned all these lessons and built its domestic, what we call the intranet. And the Great Firewall was the beginning of everything, while the West was developing a liberal perspective towards the internet. Some people are skeptical about the China's Great Wall. There are different aspects, and both sides, East and the West, they have their different definitions, interpretations. It all depends on the interests. And I feel like from the perspective of a third party, obviously freedom is important, and yet ability to control the information is also important for the sake of building the stability domestically, locally, and after all, internationally. So the Great Firewall defined the infrastructure from the very beginning. In 2000s, the three giants started their rise. It's Baidu, it's Alibaba, it's Tencent. If I could give one single word for every single project that I mentioned earlier, Baidu stood for search, Alibaba stood for e-commerce, and Tencent stood for messaging. Three giants that today are still shaping, acquiring, expanding globally and regionally, or changing the game. And instead of copying the West in a sense that they used to, they are bringing a lot more innovation directly and equally competing with the world. Each of the Baidu and Tencent and Alibaba not only expanded their operations in their respective industries, but also tapped into other industries such as AI, AR, VR, be it the blockchain or DeFi, finance, you name it. All of them have their ecosystems, and the competition inside of China and outside is fierce. And it's bringing innovation to a completely different level, inspiring next generation of entrepreneurs and next generation of startups and next generation of new ecosystems that we're about to explore. For the past 20 years, China's complete economic path, its digital infrastructure, starting with the Great Firewall, the rise of Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent, showed the cooperation between the private and state-based sectors. And the cooperation only led to prosperity, rising more than 500 million people from the poverty, and today more than 1 billion people in China are connected to the internet. If you look at the US, Canada, the European Union, obviously there are advantages in terms of their liberal thinking. And yet, comparing with the speed, comparing with the innovation that China brought on the table, nothing has been done in entire human civilization of its kind. And I do have a reason to believe that politics aside, the hardworking nation, over 1 billion people that are connected online, they are driving a completely new change. They are driving the change in a sense, bringing innovation using the simple phone, and anybody can do anything. And today's blockchain industry is probably one of the best examples where a crypto is being discussed and integrated on a completely new level. So Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent built the foundation. The rise of social media, the China Way, the WeChat, the Weibo, today's Douyin or TikTok completely redefined the way we communicate, the way we interact, the way we promote. Obviously, the West still has its own platforms that are quite famous. And in China, due to the Great Firewall, information is censored, well controlled. Obviously, there are advantages and disadvantages. And yet, instead of helping competitors, China is helping its domestic players and empowering them to utilize China-made products. After all, KOL or influencer industry is a completely new generation project, or the idea of influencing people using the thought leadership completely redefined the way people buy, the way people interact, the way people make decisions. If in the West, people look at the banners, if people look at the information, mostly in China, in Asia overall, people look at the thought leadership. And the rise of social media, along with the influencer industry, is the next step that really fascinated our entire team. And we figured that being an expert has become far more important than just selling or ads online, than just having the e-commerce shop. And the cases that we remember, a number of them that I'm going to mention very shortly, completely challenged our status quo. And we understood the power of thought leadership in a single country where 1 billion people are connected online. One of the examples about the Chinese girl who used to be a blogger, a journalist, within 4 years had become a thought leader on WeChat that had over 5 million followers. And by promoting a mini car, she was able to sell 50 cars in less than 4 minutes with a single WeChat post. Or a Mr. Bag is another guy who talks about the bags overall, just simple bag that we use on daily basis, be it the luggage, be it the bag, be it the backpack, you name it. With a single promotion, he was able to sell more than 2,000 pieces of bag in 12 minutes. And this only has happened in China, nowhere else. And this phenomenon of key opinion leaders, so-called influencers or thought leaders, are the ones that are shaping, driving the industry to completely different direction rather than ads that we see, be it on Google or Facebook or some other platforms. This is not to say that ads do not work. This is not to say that the importance of content is not important. Obviously, they are quite important. What we have learned in China, specifically in Asia overall, including Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam, and other countries, people are more of a tribe rather than in the West. People spend time for their logical thinking before they make any kind of decision. In China or Asia, people are more of communal decision-making processes that exist. In the West, every single individual is an entity. And these different cultural gaps or cultural differences, if you will, and diversities and digital aspect or infrastructure that put the weight on it, change the way we interact. And the key opinion leaders, social media, the great firewall that are operating in China today have reshaped or fundamentally changed how internet works domestically in China. And another interesting aspect is about exporting versus importing. And what do I mean by exporting versus importing? The world, except for China, imported the US or the European-made products. I'm talking about Google, I'm talking about Amazon, I'm talking about the Facebook and other platforms that we all know. So the entire world completely depends on these platforms. And China, instead of importing them, is exporting its products. We all heard in one of the most famous ice-breaking, thought-provoking project, TikTok, the Huawei, the WeChat. And the strategy is completely different. And to compete with the Western-made products, the world seems to be not ready to embrace China-made products for obvious reasons, be it the censorship, be it the privacy policy, be it the data management, we can name it the other way around. But the fact that a completely new player is rising up, and without this player, the world may not function for several reasons. And one of the things that I think we have to take into consideration is instead of avoiding them or preventing from interaction, put ourselves into their shoes and start understanding or embracing or analyzing or step into some kind of discussion to understand the game plan and the system And in order to get into one of the most promising markets in China is to play by their game versus bringing the Western-made game plan and try to operate in China, which is a complete failure in our opinion. Well, we spoke briefly about Huawei and WeChat and TikTok that are reshaping. And not only that, they are reshaping the way we interact in China, but also exporting their products. More than that, they are acquiring startups overseas. And China startups and the big players that I mentioned earlier, Baidu and Alibaba and Tencent, one of the most aggressive players that are aggressively investing and acquiring other projects overseas, including Pakistan, including India. And One Belt, One Road is probably one of the assisting element to join forces. And we look at that from the, if we look at overall development of One Belt, One Road, China's digital infrastructure, overall startup scene, they seem to be designed to help one another, not to contradict to one another. Whereas in the US, tech startups or giants always compete or not in a harmony with the government. And in China case, it's completely the opposite. And when it comes to the PR aspect, we spoke about the 1 billion people that are connected. I spoke briefly about Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent, its rise, and how they are conquering the world in a good sense of the statement. Their acquisitions, the way they see in the firewall that is built and the exportation of all these products, bringing completely new taste and new flavor. And the PR aspect of it is quite interesting. During our tenure of the PR, we see a lot of tech startups from outside of China that are coming in and have their interest. And what other takeaways that we have learned for these startups or entities or any kind of companies of any kind in any form and any shape that we think have to learn from? A number of first to-do lists that I'm going to talk about is entirely based on our mistakes in our blockchain company on the research. The first one is just about localization and market research. Without the proper market research and localization of any product or service, regardless of the name of the project, regardless of the size and the shape, regardless of their brand, they are completely doomed to failure. So the market research and localization is extremely important. That's number one. Number two, understanding your target audience in the China tier system. So China has 4 tier systems. The first one is about Shanghai, Beijing, and Guangzhou, extremely well developed regions, if you will. The second one is less developed, and the third and the fourth one, less and least developed regions within China. And when I say region, think about the Shanghai, about 25 million people. Think about the Beijing, over 18 to 20 million people, or Guangzhou is pretty much identical number. And by looking at these numbers, these numbers can replace the countries in the West, be it Europe or Africa or in the US. And by understanding the target audience and tier system, it's quite important to understand what you are signing up for, what kind of target audience you're getting into, and localizing your story according to a tier system. The cities that we're talking about is the second step or element that any company or startup has to consider. The third one is working with thought leaders, understanding social media. As I said a little bit earlier in my talk, this is not about spending X amount of money for your ads and expecting that because you are the foreign brand that the Chinese consumer has to buy your product or service. This is already in the past. Now we're talking about the Chinese that are well-educated, quite picky. They look at the comments, they conduct a due diligence, they research about the brand, and based on that, they're going to make some kind of purchase. And yet, thought leadership, the influencer industry, the one that I spoke earlier, probably one of the accelerating moments that anyone should consider if they are to become successful in China. So people make decisions once the KOLs or influencers recommend the product or service, and their entire reputation, their life and business depend on what they are promoting, and building some kind of rapport with them, building some kind of connections, and developing the communication strategy is extremely important. And of course, social media, the presence in social media in a Baidu, the next elements that the Chinese social media and Chinese search, they do not index any other languages rather than Chinese language. Therefore, localizing, understanding Chinese language, working specifically with native Chinese or the foreigners that understand the Chinese language and they have expertise, it's extremely important to identify the success story within China. Last and not least, working with the media in a good sense when your story could be pitched or should be pitched. And once the company has thought leadership, kind of promotion, social media presence, localized product or story, understanding of the market based on the market research, and working with the media to tell the story, these are the 5 elements that we think are the must-do or to-do list prior to getting into the Chinese market. PR is relatively new concept within China. And given the cultural background, given the evolvement of the industry, it is always changing. But one thing is extremely clear. Anyone, regardless their industry, if it's the tech startup or tech industry or any industry that has interest to get into the Chinese market, has to understand from the start that the digital infrastructure is a completely different, that people and their understanding and the mindset is completely different from the Western ones. And we have to play by the game that is set by the Chinese in a good sense of the statement, rather than bringing the American or the European or the South American, you name it, kind of game plan and thinking that it would work. These are probably the ideas or overall overview that I wanted to bring into this discussion. And I'll be more than happy if there are some kind of questions or comments to comment on. And I even wrote an article along with my colleagues that I could provide within a link in the future, where we have detailed a lot more with very clear case studies to showcase the overall idea that I have just described. And thank you so very much for the time. I had great pleasure and privilege speaking with you. I look forward to getting in touch and being in touch with you. Thank you.
Today, people are choosing open platforms powered by blockchains, ensuring money flows through the hands of everyday people.
Institutional investors are getting engaged.
A new wave of global institutions are investing in Bitcoin and blockchain technology, while demand for cryptocurrencies has reached historic heights, forever changing the way we give to the causes we care about and how we exchange, earn, and spend. The future is decentralized. The world is moving forward. We're building new systems to increase the freedom of money for everyone. But it'll take all of us working together to push past the tipping point.
We have a Binance Smart Chain that's finally released, a $100 million fund for the Binance Smart Chain ecosystem community.
I think that Bitcoin is the solution to 7.8 billion people's problems. They just don't know it yet.
We can watch the world change, or we can change the world.
Dear friends, the summit is now finished. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, all of the viewers and speakers for joining us. Right now, we are witnessing all the revolution that can turn our views on so many common things upside down. And, you know, that's the financial services, that's art, that's creative work, that's all of it. And of course, I would like to take this opportunity and thank the summit organizers and the summit sponsors once again. The summit organizers are the blockchain consultancy company Colibri Group and the cryptocurrency calendar Coindar.org. The summit co-organizers are the rating agency Zangle, the cryptocurrency media Prometheus, the Commission of Blockchain Technologies and Digital Economy of all Russian Public Organization Investment Russia. Our sponsors are CybeVein, Bella Protocol, and ARPA Chain. And of course, the Diamond Partners, EXMO, Stata TV, Conflux, Finam, Plasm Network, PBC Crypto, Listing Help, Bingbon, G2GX, Blockchain Life, Veros, 2Key, and Gate.io. At Synopsis 2021, the Synergies section on Coindar.org hosted contests and quizzes of crypto projects. And now, when the summit is over, you can now go and see if you are the lucky one who won a money prize. Exciting, isn't it? In Synergies, you could join the events by Mahadao, Conflux, ARPA, Bella Protocol, Gate.io, Veros, and Gather. And next up is very exciting after party with the progressive electronic DJs Karin Stone and Liran Amar. Stay with us. My name is Maria Stankevich, and I was the host of this event. And of course, my co-hosts were beautiful Alona Afanasieva, Lihan Hunvu Lee, and Maxim Sukhanosik. See you guys soon.